an introduction. Hi there. I'm Burt Goldman, and this is an introduction and a brief summary of my brand new Parallel Dimension Quest, PDQ, the program and the quantum jump. Because the program material is so new and the PDQ concepts, although accepted by many in the scientific community, are so startling, it might be better if I tell you a bit about why this concept is so important to you. But first, frustration. Frustration. It's so widespread that I should define the term as it concerns you. Frustration is an emotional response, meaning that it brings up a negative attitude when you just can't seem to get those things that you really want. The more important those things are to you, the more frustrating it gets. This means that not succeeding in something, not having enough money, not having enough health, being in poor health, or being stuck in a boring occupation, getting sick 3 or 4 times a year, not being able to accomplish the things that you want to do, or not being able to make your dreams come true. These are all part of the frustrations that you may be contending with. Well, here are the tools, the resources, and the techniques designed to deal with all that. PDQ was created to attract success, to attract money, to attract good health, job satisfaction, accomplishment, and to make dreams come true. During this series of CD modules, I'm going to be talking about and helping you to achieve all that. And we're going to do it with one of the most startling methods you've ever heard of, a method you probably have not heard of. That method consists of dipping into a twin you, a doppelganger, a counterpart, someone who is you but who is not frustrated, a self of yours who is successful, who has no irrational fears, and who has all the things that you want. A true twin self, a real live you from another dimension. Now, does that sound a bit wacky? Is the idea too far out to even consider? Would you think that I'm kind of a screwball for even thinking it up? Well, let me tell you something. I didn't think it up. It was thought up by some of the most eminent and respected physicists, Nobel laureates, and professors of physics in the world. Just to name a few, there's Neil Turok, professor of physics, Princeton University. He worked with Stephen Hawking, the most eminent physicist on the planet. Michio Kaku, protege of Edward Teller and holder of a professorship in theoretical physics at the City University of New York. Alan Guth, professor of physics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and winner of the Medal of the International Center for Theoretical Physics, and many, many more. Professor Neil Turok works on understanding the universe's very beginnings. With Stephen Hawking, he developed the concept of instantly forming infinite universes, which ours is just one of trillions of quadrillions of octillions. In other words, an endless number. Turok calls these parallel universes bubble universes. Professor Michio Kaku of the City University of New York says that there could be an infinite number of universes, each with a different law of physics. Our universe could be one bubble floating in an ocean of other bubbles. Professor Alan Guth believes that the size of the entire universe is at least a decillion times bigger than the size of our observable universe. If you wrote that number, a decillion, on a sheet of paper, you would have a 1 with 33 zeros after it. But that number pales in comparison with infinity. You could write a 1 with 10,000 zeros after it, and you couldn't begin to touch an infinite number, as infinity has no borders, no beginning and no end. Professor Guth says that the universe also exists among countless other universes with various different laws of physics. All the professors and most quantum physicists believe that particles really do exist in more than one place at a time. You exist in more than one place at a time. Particles of matter, we are particles of matter. And we do not just exist in our universe. We also appear to exist in other universes, other dimensions. And there are apparently an infinite number of these parallel universes, each one different than the other. As an example, there's a parallel universe in which the South won the Civil War, and the United States doesn't exist as we know it. In another, you are the King of England or the Queen of England. You are a monk in Thailand, an emperor of China, or the empress of the world. Scientists believe there's an infinite number of parallel universes, and we just happen to live in one of them. In an infinite number of parallels, commonly known as a multiverse, whatever can be imagined is. Professor Max Tegmark, Department of Physics at MIT, says, in infinite space, even the most unlikely events must take place somewhere. People with the same appearance, name, and memories as you, who play out every possible permutation of your life choices. George Musser wrote in Scientific American, another multidimensional counterpart, a parallel universe, resides a subatomic distance away. That universe is closer to you than your own skin, and yet you can never see or touch it. Steven Weinberg, who was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, seems to have said it best when he said there are hundreds of different radio waves being broadcast all around you from different stations. At any given instant, your office, your car, your living room is full of these radio waves. However, if you turn on a radio, you can only listen to one frequency at a time. These other frequencies are not in phase with each other. Each station has a different frequency, a different energy. As a result, your radio can be tuned to only one broadcast at a time. Likewise, in our universe, we are tuned into the frequency that corresponds to physical reality. But there are an infinite number of parallel realities coexisting with us in the same room, although we cannot tune into them. To sum it up, the finest minds on the planet agree there are parallel universes, an infinity of them. That being so, whatever can be imagined, whatever person, whatever time, whatever event is happening right now. That means that you are who you are, what you are, and where you are now. You are also whatever you can imagine now in a parallel universe. This is not imaginary, but real. You are the wealthiest person on the planet. You're also homeless. You're the head of the state. You're also a cook in a fast food restaurant. You're a beggar, a king, any old thing. And you know what? It all depends on you, your attitude. So then, my friends, the most brilliant minds of this century, the 21st century, agree that there's not only the possibility of multiple and infinite dimensions, there's a definite probability it's so. And that's a mind-boggling thought. Well, I'm here to help you not only to make sense of the concept, but to do something the scientists do not tell you anything about. And that is how to use the idea of infinite dimensions and universes to help you to better your life, to get over the frustrations of being stuck with ill health, stuck with a boring job or with no job, stuck with no purpose in life, stuck with not having enough, stuck with not succeeding, stuck with the wrong kind of relationship, stuck with dreams that never seem to come to fruition, stuck. Yes, I'm here to help you to open a door, and on the other side of that door is a new life, a new reality, a new you. Now, how can I promise all that? Because, my friend, although all scientists agree that there are indeed parallel universes and parallel dimensions, they've not discovered how to communicate with those universes or with those who people them. And I believe that I have. I've been working on the problem for decades, 30 and more years, researching, reading, training others, going down 100 different roads, opening doors, searching. I've examined, investigated, and explored dozens of methods. I've worked with hypnosis, with mind control, with eye movement balancing, with icons, candles, remote viewing. I've worked with psychic searching, yoga, psychology. I've become a master of Feng Shui, of NLP. I've worked with labyrinths and virtually every method I've heard of. I gained a reputation as a remarkable trainer of trainers. Just Google my name, Burt Goldman, and you'll get hundreds of references, and all the time I've been searching for that breakthrough, for that way to reach and learn from my greater self, from my doppelganger in a parallel dimension. Again and again, I try to reach a self in that dimension that was best suited to help me to become better at something I wasn't good at all. And it worked. Finally, a breakthrough, success. But was it a fluke? Well, I did it again, and it was successful, and then again and again. I decided to train others in the methods of reaching other dimensions. And pretty soon, my PDQ seminars are being taught by me in a great many cities in the U.S. and Europe. But it wasn't enough. This knowledge had to be made available to the world, to everyone. And the way to do that was not through the limiting factor of a personal seminar. The road ahead was obvious, and it would be the one that I would ultimately choose: the internet. So here it is, my friend. Your search is over. Here you will finally find the answers you've been looking for. Here you'll find the answers to all your questions. In the next module, the first of the PDQ series, you'll find not only the parallel, but how to jump into that dimension, mentally, of course. And I mean the dimension where you are already successful, the dimension that leads to all the good things that we seek. Good luck. I'm Burt Goldman, and I'll be your guide. Thank you. Module 1. In our quest for parallel dimensions that will be of the most help, we first have to understand the concept of infinity. Not so easy to do. That word infinity has baffled people for centuries. It's difficult to imagine a never-ending line of events and situations of every type. In an infinite universe, whatever can be imagined is. In an infinite universe, whatever the number, whatever the object, there is always one more. One more million, one more septillion, one more octillion, one more, and then again one more. In an infinite world, there is a multitude of yous. Whoever you are, you're duplicated again and again beyond counting, in every form, in every occupation, in every religion, in every time. A never-ending line of facing mirrors. There's a prehistoric you, and a Renaissance you, and a future you. In an infinite universe, there is a young you and an old you, a sick you and a healthy you, a homeless you and a royal you, with a retinue of thousands. Whatever can be imagined is in an infinite universe. In an infinite world, there's a you who's Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Shinto, Jewish, atheist, and every one of the thousands of religions and beliefs that abound. In an infinite world, the Big Bang was not the recreation of the universe, but only an explosion of the implosion of a duplicate universe that had contracted into a singularity and burst out into our dimension, creating the universe as we know it. And what of God in an infinite universe? In an infinite universe, we can come closer to a better understanding of the master of the infinite universe. For God is infinite. All religions accept that. But if you accept the fact that God is infinite, then you must look to infinity itself to comprehend the whys of our confusing world. For if God is infinite, then he is in all, in everything, every universe, every dimension, every galaxy, every world, every person, every molecule, every atom, every quark. God is in every experience in an infinite universe. God is experience. And every experience that you have, God is sharing that experience. Now, this concept is almost as difficult to understand as infinity itself, but bear with me. Perhaps it will become a bit more clear by the time you've completed the PDQ course. When God said, "I am that I am," to Moses in Exodus 3:12, he said it all. But scholars have interpreted those words in a variety of ways. The words were spoken to Moses in the ancient Hebrew language, which does not have a present, past, or tense of the future, no indications of time in that language, and so the words come to have a different meaning in the context of an infinite universe. The words are better understood with the simple addition of a comma or a pause after the word that. I am that. I am. That would signify all that is. That. I am that and that. An infinite God would be all that is. He would be that and that and that and everything else. That is infinity. Our quest for parallel dimensions will skirt the spiritual dimension. For now, let us examine how this knowledge can help you to be a better human being, a secure, satisfied, happy human being with the knowledge that you would have had if you had a mentor of superhuman abilities. But that's what you'll be seeking in your quest. In our PDQ program, you'll find techniques and methods of using your mind as never before presented by anyone. The methods and techniques are so unique, so fantastically usable, that it would be a wonder if you didn't see a major change in your attitude, your decision-making, your health, and your life in general. One of the prime techniques of PDQ, as it is in many of my seminars, is the use of the bagha. This is an ancient technique that I learned during my early days of training in yoga when I was a disciple of the great Swami Paramahansa Yogananda. The year was 1949. I was introduced to the technique that enabled me to instantly relax and meditate. Now I use the bagha to smooth the progress of a goal, an objective, either major or something simpler like traffic control or parking places. Sounds silly, I know, but it works. I'll explain the technique in more detail in a bit. The method is quite simple. It's touching the tip of your tongue to your palate, the roof of your mouth, for just a moment, while thinking of what it is that you want to happen. But for now, please allow me to tell you how I use the concepts you're about to learn. Now, what I'm about to say will at first appear to be confusing, but it happened exactly as I say. I'll tell you a tiny bit about a few of my experiences. I'm a Hall of Fame photographer, but I don't know a thing about photography. I find myself a fantastic singer, a vocalist, and yet I can't sing a lick. My art hangs in museums, but the skill of painting eludes me. My books are sold all over the world, but as I barely squeak through high school, I scarcely know a comma from a semicolon. My seminars are filled to capacity throughout the United States and Europe whenever I talk, but I've never been a public speaker. My therapeutic hypnotherapy practice is renowned in the United States and Europe, but I don't know a thing about hypnosis. I'm considered a world-class healer, but I don't have a clue how alternate healing methods work. I'm one of the most relaxed people on the planet, and I'm under a great deal of stress. My poems have been compared with T.S. Eliot, but I don't know a thing about poetry. My Feng Shui classes are world-renowned, and many people consider me a master of the art, but I have no training in Feng Shui, and the list goes on and on. Now, how is it possible to make sense of what I just said? And yet, it all comes together when you apply an almost mystical, magical acronym, PDQ, Parallel Dimension Quest. Let me tell you a story, because you've spent some of your hard-earned money to hear this, and so I don't want to hold anything back. I want you to say, after listening and acting on all of the PDQ modules, that it was the best money you ever spent. It all began almost 80 years ago. I was 2 years old at the time. I had many helpers. They were all in my mind, but I had no way to judge the reality of that. For me, the world of the mind and the physical world were one and the same. All of my helpers were women. That's probably because at that age I only knew women. My mother, my cousin, my aunts, my grandmother. So it was no wonder that they would be in my inner world as well. There were 8 or 10 of them. It was as though I lived in a harem. All I had to do was close my eyes, and there they were, helping me, guiding me, implanting information in my infantile brain. Nothing sexual. I was, after all, on the planet, barely a blink. But I do recall feelings of warmth, syrupy warmth, spreading through my body whenever they visited me, which was often, every day. They were with me a full year before they vanished. Where did they go? I now believe that my infantile mind was still attached to a spiritual tie, perhaps a former life. And as I became more and more familiar with words and the world around me, the tie was broken. With their leaving, so went the memory of my informational harem. The recall came much, much later in life, when one of my doppelgangers, a doppelganger is a twin self in another dimension, one of my doppelgangers brought the scenes back to me, and suddenly I understood. I realized how I became a photographer, a songster, a hypnotist, a philosopher, a writer, a healer, a poet, and all the other things that one is and does, often without realizing the source of the talent, the foundation of one's life, what I would call a source foundation. A source foundation is a point of time or a specific event that opens you to a choice. As there's choice involved, there are divisions of your life events that leave the mainstream and have far-reaching effects. Let me give you an example of this. Hypothetically, you're 21 years old. You're invited to a New Year's Eve party. When you arrive, the host asks you to contribute $20 to cover the cost of the liquor and food. You become insulted, feeling that you were invited. You're a guest. It's rather poor manners on the part of the host to ask you for money. So you leave and go to another party where you meet the person who eventually becomes your spouse. You have 3 children who grow into adults, and they have children. You have 7 grandchildren. The source foundation for that family is a $20 bill. The fork in the road of life that you were on was taking you to a particular place. You would have met different people at the party, and the road you were on would have led you to a different life. Instead, you chose a branch of the road that took you away from what might have been. If you had paid the $20 and stayed at the first party, you would not have met your spouse and would have had no children with that spouse, and etc. So that $20 bill actually represented a fork in the road, so to speak, a turning point of one of the major factors in your life. And chances are you wouldn't even know it. Now, in another dimension, you stayed at that party and you had a new person to meet, a new spouse, a new family. Each choice you make breaks off into another dimension. There are as many source foundations in one's life as there are opportunities for choice. Each time a choice presents itself, a source foundation is created. These source foundations are like endless branches of the road you happen to be on at the time. But each one of those choices happened. Each time you made a choice, your reality split off into another dimension. In a parallel dimension, you paid the $20, as I've said. You enjoyed the party, and you didn't meet the person that you ultimately wed and raised a family with. The source foundation of the parallel dimension is the one that you'll be learning to jump into as we progress into the PDQ modules. In your life, there are an infinite number of probabilities. There are also a number of possibilities. The probabilities will come to be when you stay on the road you're most comfortable with and make no changes. Of course, this is impossible for you to know. Only in retrospect can you look back and see the times you branched off and took the right fork in the road instead of the left. As example, Ronald Reagan was a contract actor who played in mostly B pictures in 1945. He was a liberal Democrat, but spent most of his time not in politics but in reading scripts, generally Westerns. It was more likely that he would turn out to be a romantic lead in motion pictures than it was that he would become the President of the United States. But those forks in the road are infinite. Anything that can be imagined is happening now in a parallel dimension. Ronald Reagan's presidency wasn't a probability, but it was a possibility, or it couldn't have happened. But in the world of infinity, anything can happen. What was the original source foundation that led him off the actor's road that he was on? Only he could tell you that, and chances are if he was around today, even he couldn't tell you. Imagine a wide road in front of you with thousands of forks or branches that curve off the main road. Each branch of the road leads to a split off of dimension and carries you into an alternate dimension. Most are insignificant, leading nowhere in particular. But many others are significant, leading to success, happiness, and peace of mind. It's up to you to choose when you come to a turning point. Take a choice you have, at a restaurant, say. You're deciding between a fish entree and a meat entree for dinner. No life-changing source foundations there, just a tiny little fork off the main road. But what if you chose fish and the fish were tainted and made you ill? And the doctor that attended you had you stay at home for 2 days, and you missed an opportunity to purchase a commodity that would have eventually made you wealthy. Then the source foundation would not be a small offshoot, but a large one. The main road is always there. The branches appear whenever there's choice involved. All of the new source foundations have a hierarchy. On a scale of 1 to 100, a source foundation that has no effect whatever would be a 1, while a life-changing source foundation would be in the 80s or 90s, and a terminal source foundation would be a 100. We'll be examining these source foundations, these branches of the road, especially those that are creating problems in your life. Also important are those that have created benefits for you. The mental conditioning exercises that I call alpha level, will enable you to get inspiration from a parallel dimension. In addition, you're going to be learning about your doppelganger. This is a word that signifies a double, a twin self. Your twin in another dimension, a counterpart. In an infinite universe, there are many duplicates of yourself. Some good, some not good. What we'll be seeking out are the successful doppelgangers, the duplicate selves that are already successful in the endeavor that you want to master and that you want to get stimulation from and that you want to get motivation from. With the use of the alpha level, you'll learn a technique to tap into this other you, this doppelganger, this twin. But more than a twin, another you, brought up differently perhaps educated differently, certainly in a different culture, possibly a different culture, a genius in what it is you're trying to correct? Absolutely. Perhaps even a savant. This twin is in another dimension, what the scientists call a parallel universe, a parallel dimension. You'll always choose the success parallel dimension, and the reasons will be clear as we progress with the PDQ modules. The jumping off place for reaching this parallel is being at the alpha level. You being at the alpha level, that's the jump, the jumping off place. The PDQ method for reaching the success dimension is called quantum jumping. When you build a conscious source foundation, you are creating the ultimate in goal-setting strategies. The concept of jumping into a parallel dimension is that all of the source foundations you can imagine have already taken place in another dimension. Infinity is all there is, everything. When you visit a parallel dimension where your doppelganger is successful and is doing the thing that you want to do, that you're going after, then the source foundation has already been set. It's already been used, and it has already manifested into your goal completed. You'll be learning to set these seeds of life that we call source foundations by using the skills of a double, a twin you, a doppelganger in a parallel dimension. Your counterpart, your doppelganger, will give you the inspiration you need to achieve success in whatever area of your life you choose to use the new energies from your quantum jump. The Napoleon Hill Mastermind Group touches on that, but he never actually knew that's what he was doing, just as the Silva counselor concept does. The laboratory represents an alternate universe, and the counselor, your doppelganger. Many success philosophies offer similar things, just as many psychologists will use a particular method of concentrating your attention on the present and reducing regrets. It's that it is possible that our method of using doppelgangers in other dimensions is just another psychological method of having a person search out and develop their own latent powers. Well, if it is, then here's a whole new psychology, because it works. And one of the things that help it to work is the next module, quantum jumping. There'll be lots of different quantum jumping taught in these CDs, in these modules, and every jump is designed to bring out your hidden resources, your skills and talents. Jumping into an alternate dimension takes advantage of the many choices in front of you. At the moment you go along with things as they are, but every time the choice comes along, and there are hundreds of choices to be made every day, there's a split off as one of your cells, one of those selves of yours, chooses. These choices branch off the main road of life. Quantum jumping will give you control over the choices that you make. On the next module, we have our first quantum jump, a mental exercise in relaxation and goal setting. A quantum jump takes you to the dimension where you've already solved the problem. Quantum jumping is a highly relaxed, emotionless, 10-cycle brainwave state that will help you to achieve the things you want. Quantum jumping opens you to choice. When you're relaxed and in the alpha state, the choices open to you become more evident. What you're about to experience has been called meditation. It has been called going to level or the alpha level. It has been called centering. It has been called an altered state of consciousness. It has even been called hypnosis or trance. It's been called so very many things because no one really knows exactly what it is. I call it what it is, the alpha level, because when you're in this meditation state or altered state of consciousness, you're concentrative on your thoughts and more likely to become aware of the many choices that lead to different places. The alpha level isn't hypnosis, and yet it is an altered state of consciousness. I first studied yoga 50 years ago, and so I knew a bit about meditation. Hypnosis isn't meditation, and yet it is, as they're both altered states of consciousness. I've been teaching people all over the world about alpha thinking, going to the alpha level. The way that we'll be using it will be as a jumping off place for what comes next. The alpha level is an inward feeling of a concentrated sense of attention. The more concentrated that attention is, the more that you are in a trance, meditating in the alpha state, an altered state of consciousness, or even prayer. And so we find that no matter what you call it, you can concentrate your sense of attention. If you can concentrate your sense of attention, you will be in a place where your holographic energies are open to input. Your first excursion to quantum jumping is to lay a foundation for what comes next. All you have to do is to follow my instructions. I'll be your guide. I'll guide you to a parallel universe, a parallel dimension, to greet one of your doppelgangers, a twin self, for the first time, and to see if you can get that twin self to talk to you, to give you a piece of advice. But first, just a toe dip to get you used to the idea of quantum jumping. The first one is just a peek into the infinity of possibilities. And now the quantum jump. We'll begin on the following module, so you want to find yourself a comfortable place where you'll be undisturbed for 10 minutes or so. And we'll experience together quantum jumping. And on the next module, on the module following the next one, you'll get specific instruction on how to use the powerful force of conscious source foundations by seeing how the choice that you're unsure of worked for a twin self in a parallel dimension. You'll be able to kind of check it out before you do it, so to speak. Check it out with someone who has done it. But for now, make yourself comfortable. When we do this alpha exercise, you'll just follow along with my words as I guide you. You'll find yourself, after getting to the relaxed alpha level, in front of a door. You'll be in a small hallway. In front of a door, a transit door. Beyond the door are all of the different dimensions, infinitely, an infinite, numberless amount of dimensions. In one of them, your twin self is going through the situation that is causing you problems. In another dimension, your twin self is going through a different situation. One is where the problem has been solved. In another one, there is no problem. You'll be observing all situations, and you'll remember the one that is not causing the problem. That is the one that you will focus on. That's the one that will help you to change your attitude. To get through to the other dimensions, you have only to open the door and jump through. The dimensions are on the other side. I will guide you. Thank you. Module 2, an alpha exercise. At this time, relax. We'll start getting to the alpha level with a 3-to-1 count. This module is not to be played in a moving vehicle. This is an alpha exercise to help you get to the transit point of quantum jumping. Find a comfortable position. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 3 times. Take another deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 2 3 times. Take another deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 1 3 times. To help you to enter the alpha level of mind, I'm going to count from 10 to 1. On each descending number, feel yourself going inward and you will enter a pleasant, a meditative level of mind where you'll be able to concentrate fully on one subject, that of quantum jumping. 10, 9, feel going deeper, 8, 7, 6, deeper and deeper, 5, 4, 3, deeper and deeper, 2, 1. You are now at a deeper, a pleasant level of mind where you're able to concentrate fully on one subject. At this time, concentrate on my words. You are now and always in complete control of your state of mind. You can open your eyes and be fully alert anytime you wish to be. Every time you enter this relaxed state, know that you're getting better and better in every way. Whenever you enter this relaxed alpha state, you'll mentally say, every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. When you say these words, sense yourself improving in all areas of your life. Sense yourself getting better and better. Visualize improvements in your life as you mentally repeat the words. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Relax. Relax your eyes. Relax your lips. Relax your jaw. Relax your entire head and neck. Relax your body. Relax your arms and hands. Relax your legs and feet. You are now completely relaxed. Repeat mentally, my body rests and refreshes itself when I consciously relax. I'm relaxed now. Repeat mentally after me. Every day my image of myself gets better. I can do anything I have a desire to do. I am a wonderful human being. There's no one else on earth exactly like me. Every day I grow stronger, knowing that I can think, I can create, I can do. Relax. At this time, concentrate on the image of you, relaxed and at ease. Get a sense of yourself, comfortable, eyes closed, at the alpha level. With that thought, you are as comfortable as you can possibly be. Still holding that image in your mind of total comfort. With your mouth closed, take the tip of your tongue and touch it to the roof of your mouth and hold it there while I count from 1 to 3. 1, 2, 3. That's fine. In touching the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth, you were programmed that whenever you do touch the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth, you are striving for success in something. You can release your tongue at this time. When you do use this particular technique, just touch your tongue to the roof of your mouth just for a second while you're thinking of the thing that you want to happen. This is an ancient technique that we call the Bhaga. That's spelled B-A-G-H-A, the Bhaga. Use it when you wish to strengthen intent. The Bhaga is a means of telling your mind to come to attention. You're about to do something. You want something. There are many source foundations in your life. Some of them are clear. Some of them are hidden deep within your subconscious. Sometimes it takes a highly relaxed state to consciously reach these areas. a state of alpha, the state that you are now in. In a moment, you'll allow yourself to go back to an incident that was, at the time, seemingly insignificant, but turned out to be the cause of problems in your life. I'm going to count from 1 to 3. At the count of 3, you'll imagine that you're in a small hallway and a door will appear in front of you. 1, 2, 3. Imagine now that there's a door in front of you. This is the transit point, the jumping off point, to get you wherever your intent directs you to go. Beyond the door, on the other side of the doorway, there are an infinite number of dimensions, an infinite number of universes. In one of those universes, you took a different path. The incident of the past that is causing you problems now had a different conclusion, a positive conclusion. Anything that you can imagine is in one of the infinite number of dimensions that are now available to you on the other side of that door, that transit door. Millions upon millions of you. Each of these yous is a twin self of yours who's experiencing a different reality than you are now. One of those selves of yours is experiencing the source of problems in your present life. I'm going to count from 1 to 3, and at the count of 3, the door will open, and you will jump through it. You will then be back to that scene that was the source of problems in your present life, but it will be your twin self in the scene. You'll just view the scene as an observer. Your twin self is going through the scene just as you did. 1, 2, 3. The door is opening. And now, just jump through it. You are now back at the long ago scene that is causing you problems in the present. Imagine it. View the scene as an observer only. Relax. The scene was instigated long ago by that thing that was said or done, either by you or by others. In a parallel dimension, there is another you, a double, who had a different outcome to that incident. At the count of 3, you will be back to the other side of the door, the other side of the doorway to infinite dimensions in the small hallway, and you will once again be facing the transit door. 1, 2, 3. You are back in the hallway. Now I'm going to count from 1 to 3, and you'll once again jump through the doorway, and you'll find yourself observing the scene that you would like to change, except the scene has already changed. In the infinity of choices, your twin self, your doppelganger, made a different choice. Imagine that. View the scene as you would have liked it to be, as it is in another dimension. View your doppelganger's handling of the same scene that is causing you problems in the present, but observe it as your doppelganger handled it in a positive way, a way that would cause your present to be a joyful place with success and all the best in life. At the count of 3, imagine that scene as you would have wished it to go, as it did go in that other dimension. 1, 2, 3. Jump through the door, through the doorway. Now you're observing your twin self in another dimension, observing that twin self in the scene, in that it was handled in a positive way. The scene was handled in a way that would cause your present to be a joyful place with success and all the best in life. Take your time, imagine the scene as an observer, watch your twin self act as successful, a successful conclusion. How would you have done it yourself, knowing what you know now? 1, 2, 3. Take your time. Begin. Relax. That was fine. Now I will count from 1 to 3, and you will be back on the other side of the transit door, back in this dimension. 1, 2, 3. You're back on the other side of the door, back in this dimension. The door is closing. Relax. In a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 3. At that moment, you'll open your eyes, be wide awake, alert, feeling better than you did before, feeling relieved. And from now on, when you think of that past incident, think of it in the positive manner. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open, wide awake, feeling better than before. Module 3. PDQ is based on the idea that we all have many counterparts, many twins in many dimensions, in many universes. An infinite number of universes with an infinite number of counterparts. These doubles, known in the scientific community as Doppelgangers, are each acting out a different reality, a different role, if you will. In some instances, similar to your own. In other instances, completely different. At this point, we must ask the question, if you had a mentor, an advisor, who you knew was the wisest person on the planet, and if you could ask that person questions, would that be of help to you? During a seminar I did for children and adolescents, the concept was that of an all-wise computer, a godlike computer who knew everything. This computer had all the knowledge of the ages within its hard drive. It knew all about you and everyone else on the planet. Then I asked the youngsters if they could ask this computer 3 questions on any subject, whatever, and the computer would give them an accurate answer, give them the wisest answer possible. What should their first question be? They have 3 questions. There were many hands up, and everyone had something to say about the first question. But there was only one 12-year-old who was intelligent enough to give the correct answer. The first question, he said, should be, what should my next 2 questions be? If it's the wisest computer on the planet, wouldn't it be best if it chose the next questions? Point being that often the question is just as important, sometimes more so, than the answer. Ask the right question and you may well get the right answer. But let's examine a few wrong questions. As example, take a person with what would be considered a bad habit, drinking, too much alcohol, drugs, smoking, or whatever. Asking the question, why do you drink? That won't get you any kind of an answer, as the question lends itself to an abstract answer. However, if you change the question to what would your life be like if you didn't drink, you may well stimulate the thought processes of that person as he or she is forced to think before answering. That's considered a high-level question. Why do you do the thing that you do? Wrong question. What would your life be like if you didn't do that thing? A much better question. Before engaging your doppelganger, you want to consider what it is that you need that your double has. Remember infinity. Anything that you can imagine for your doppelganger already is. What would your life be like if you could get help from an already successful self? Your double has what you need and is willing to share with you, but you won't get any specifics from your double. As example, I was explaining this to a class I had in San Diego, California. The group wanted me to show them by me talking to my doppelganger and getting information of value, a demonstration. They wanted me to prove to them that I could be good at something I knew nothing about. After quizzing me, they decided on photography. I knew nothing more than pointing a camera and clicking. Okay, I like challenges, and so I went into a deep alpha state, and I visited my great photographer self in a parallel dimension. I got an impression of a man bending over an old-fashioned portrait camera with a black velvet hood over the back of the camera and his head. Kind of an old-fashioned thing. Well, I accept whatever I get a sense of when I go to an alternate universe or a parallel. I imagine myself asking him, "Can you tell me how to become a great photographer?" And I seem to hear him say, "Take a lot of pictures." That was it. I asked again, and he just waved me away. I told the class what had happened and that I didn't know what it meant, but I'd buy a new camera and I'd take a lot of pictures. I did. And when I looked at what I had taken, it was a lot of pictures. Nothing unusual there, just a bunch of snapshots. This, incidentally, was in the days before digital. So I was taking snapshots with film. Back to my doppelganger I went. I imagined myself saying, "I took a lot of pictures, but they weren't that good. Any other advice?" "Plant yourself," I heard. Plant yourself? What do you mean by that? I asked. The only answer I got was him waving me away again, and as I left and he diminished, I heard the words again, "Plant yourself." I started to think the whole thing was crazy. But I had the class to think of, and so 2 weeks later I went back to San Diego to finish the last day of the class. I got there a day early, and as I still had 3 rolls of film, I went to the marina to get some pictures of boats. I climbed down a slope of rocks looking for a good point of view, and I started to slip as the rocks were kind of at the edge of the water and they were a bit slippery. So I slammed my feet down to get a secure grip, and as I did it, I was thinking, gee, I'm planting myself. And so there I stood, planted on the rocks with 3 rolls of film to use up. I stood in the same spot. I swung the camera from left to right, up and down, until I used up 108 pictures. This time I really did take a lot of pictures. And I did it while I was standing in one spot, planted. Well, I figured one of these pictures got to come out. So I had the rolls developed. I took them up to my hotel room. I laid the pictures out on my bed looking for the best one. But as I laid them out, something was happening. It wasn't 100 pictures. It was one gigantic photo, kind of like a jigsaw puzzle. Actually, you can see that first photo if you look at the text portion of PDQ. Well, that gave me an entirely new perspective toward photography. After that, I took photo after photo, taking lots of pictures, always planting myself, and 6 months later, 24 of my photographs were hanging in the museum of the International Photography Hall of Fame in Oklahoma City. Now, does that mean that you can also become a great photographer? Not necessarily. There are talents within you, latent talents, latent energies that up till now have been kind of buried. They've been hidden from you. Now, photography may be one of those talents, but maybe not. If it's not there, your photography expert doppelganger won't help at all. But maybe your piano or harp or business or trumpet doppelganger will. Once you get used to using the PDQ techniques and you're comfortable with your new attitude, you'll find yourself attempting things you didn't consider because your self-esteem in that particular avenue was very low. Now, here's a way to strengthen that confidence. One of the things you're getting from your doppelganger is the energy to succeed. There is an energy form that we all have. A person successful at something radiates a confidence that others don't have. You can attract that energy by a visit to a doppelganger who has been successful and who has a strong sense of self-esteem with respect to the thing that you're looking for. Now, I've never been an artist, but 3 years ago, when I was 78 years old, I decided to see if the doppelganger's energies concept would work for art. I was aware it didn't work for every talent, but I thought I'd give it a try. Back to a parallel dimension in my great artist self I went, and I started painting simple scenes. And once I got the hang of it, I was painting every day for months. It was like the energy that came on me that compelled me to paint. Now, please understand, I had no training in art whatever. Never read an art book, never took an art lesson, and my art consisted of drawing stick figures, and that was about it. But here, once again, if you're reading this in the text, here's my most elaborate painting. I completed it in November of 2008. I call it Morning at the Museum. It's my most ambitious canvas. It's pretty large. It's 3 feet by 8 feet. Actually, it's 11 paintings in one because there are 9 paintings on the museum wall that I've done and a pair of paintings as well. You can see some of my paintings, incidentally, if you go to burtsart.us. Another way I used a different doppelganger was to sing. I was doing research and wanted to learn as much as I could about the process as possible. I was also of the impression that I wasn't visiting a different dimension, but the whole thing was psychological. Well, I figured, what's the difference? As long as the end result is a benefit, call it what you will. I call it PDQ and the doppelganger. Some time ago, when I was still working this out, I wondered if I could learn to sing from one of my doppelgangers. And so back to a parallel I went to where I was a celebrity vocalist. Deep into my alpha state I went. My intent was to visit a twin celebrity singer. I imagined myself on stage in a tuxedo with a band behind me. I was kind of a Frank Sinatra type, or whoever. I visualized myself walking over to my doppelganger, and I said to him, "Me, teach me to sing." "Sure," he said, "jump into my body and see what I do." So I kind of slipped into his body. Now remember, this is like a controlled daydream. You can do anything. And I just relaxed as he or me sang on stage in front of an audience with the band playing behind us. At the time, I wondered, am I having some kind of a breakdown? Because this really seems nutty, even to me, to just think about this. But it was a daydream, so I just relaxed. I enjoyed my imaginings. I visited that doppelganger a few more times, and then I bought some music tapes. And I began to sing just to see if I could do it. This was all still in the research stage. Now, if you're reading this, you'll just have to take my word that I discovered I had quite a voice. If you're listening, here's about 10 seconds of me singing.
Gimme what I cry for. You know you've got the friend that kisses that I die for. You know you make me love you.
Now, the point of this is that I'm not a singer, because I'm not. I did get all this from my doppelganger, but then again, maybe I could always sing. But because I never tried, I didn't know it. Maybe I always had it in me to be a photographer, a painter, whatever, a writer. Maybe. But even so, if the PDQ idea can bring out what was potentially there, what's the difference? Maybe it's some kind of a super placebo. What's the difference? If the placebo, it works. It works. Can you become a great photographer, artist, singer, politician, actor, business person? I don't know. Maybe you can, and maybe you can't. But then again, I don't know that you can't. If the parallel dimension and the doppelganger idea works for you, great. If it doesn't, You're no worse off than you were before. Do it. But first decide what it is you want. At the very least, you'll learn through your doppelganger that there are lots of talents, and they're inside you. And all you have to do to bring them out is to want to. Intent. That's the key factor here. If it's your intention to sing, then sing. If it's to be a doctor or a cook or a politician or whatever, this could be the road that will lead you there. This could be the door that when you open it and jump through it, you'll find new choices to take you right to the top of your chosen field. In the next module, you're going to find a quantum jumping on the other side of the transit door to help you to better understand how the doppelganger concept works. Just go along with it. And after you jump through the door, act as if you really were in a different dimension, interacting with your twin, with your double walker, with your doppelganger, with your counterpart. But first consider this. If there were thousands of different yous, millions of different yous, all brought up differently, different cultures, with different schooling, but still you, which one would you choose? Module 4, an alpha exercise. Now it's time to greet one of your doppelgangers. When you're deep in the alpha level, I'll ask you to go to the doppelganger of your choice, the one who has succeeded with what you would have liked to do. Just allow it to happen. Imagine it. Just know that you're there, kind of like daydream it. That's fine. Actually, it's the same mechanism. But right now, at this time, relax. We'll start getting to the alpha level with a 3-to-1 count. This module is not to be played in a moving vehicle. This is an alpha exercise to help you to get to the transit point of quantum jumping. So find a comfortable position. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 3 times. Take another deep breath. And as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 2 3 times. Take another deep breath. And as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 1 3 times. To help you to enter the alpha level, I'm going to count from 10 to 1. On every descending number, feel yourself going inward, and you'll enter a deeper, a pleasant, a meditation type level of mind, where you'll be able to concentrate fully on one subject. 10, 9, feel going deeper. 8, 7, 6, deeper and deeper. 5, 4, 3, deeper and deeper. 2, 1. You are now at a pleasant level of mind where you'll be able to concentrate fully on one subject. At this time, concentrate on my words. You are now and always in complete control of your state of mind. You can open your eyes, you can be fully alert any time that you wish to be. Every time you enter this relaxed state, know that you're getting better and better in every way. Whenever you enter this relaxed state, you'll mentally say every day in every way, I'm getting better and better. And when you say those words, sense yourself improving in all areas of your life. Sense yourself getting better and better. Visualize improvements in your life now as you mentally repeat the words. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Relax. Relax your eyes, your lips. Relax your jaw. Relax your head and your neck. Relax your body. Relax your arms and hands. Relax your legs and feet. You're now completely relaxed. Repeat mentally, my body rests and refreshes itself when I consciously relax. I am relaxed now. Repeat mentally, every day my image of myself gets better. I can do anything I have a desire to do. I am a wonderful human being. There's no one else on earth exactly like me. Every day I grow stronger, knowing that I can. I can think. I can create. I can do. I can do anything I have a desire to do. Relax. Now with your mouth closed, take the tip of your tongue and touch it to the roof of your mouth and hold it there while I count from 1 to 3. 1, 2, 3. That's fine. In touching the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth, you have been programmed that whenever you do touch the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth, that you're striving for success in something. You're telling your mind to come to attention. This is an ancient technique we call the Bhaga. Use it when you wish to strengthen intent. Think now about a thing that you'd like to do, something that you would like to be successful at. Somewhere in the infinity of universes and dimensions, somewhere there's a you, a twin self, who with a different upbringing, different programming, perhaps even a different education, is a successful version of what you would like to be successful at. This you, this twin you, is a double, a doppelganger, a counterpart in another dimension, in a parallel universe. The only way to communicate and to tap into the energies of that twin you is through the deep alpha process. This doppelganger is the source of your success. You're going to visit that person and see what he or she has to say to you. We're going to call that other you your twin self, your doppelganger. I'm going to count from 1 to 3. And at the count of 3, a door will appear in front of you. You'll be standing in a small hallway. 1, 2, 3. Imagine now that there's a door in front of you. This is the transit point, the jumping off point to get you wherever your intent directs you to go. Beyond the door, there are an infinite number of dimensions, an infinite number of universes. In one of those universes, you took a different path. By taking that path, the incident of the past that is causing you problems now had a different conclusion, a positive conclusion. Anything that you can imagine is in one of the infinite number of dimensions that are now available to you on the other side of that door. Millions upon millions of you. Each of these yous is a twin self of yours who's experiencing a different reality than you are now. One of those selves of yours is experiencing the source of problems in your present life. I'm going to count from 1 to 3, and at the count of 3, the door will open and you'll jump through it. You will then be back to that scene where your twin self is successful at the thing you want to be successful with now. But view the scene as an observer. Your twin self is going through the scene just as you did. 1, 2, 3. The door's opening. The door's open. Now just jump through it. And now you are with your doppelganger. Imagine it. Know that you're there. Act as if you are there and your doppelganger is offering you advice. Take your time. Mentally hear yourself articulate the problem. Hear yourself repeated a word at a time and clearly, and then wait for an answer. The answer that comes is very likely that of your doppelganger. The more you focus on the thought, the more you concentrate your attention, the more successful you'll be. Now take your time. I will allow you plenty of time for you to communicate. Begin. Relax. That was fine. Now I will count from 1 to 3, and you'll be back on the other side of the transit door. 1, 2, 3. You're back on the other side of the door in this dimension. Relax. Now I'm going to count from 1 to 3. At that moment, you'll open your eyes. You'll be wide awake and alert, feeling better than before. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open, wide awake, feeling better than before, feeling indeed that your problem has been resolved or soon will be. Module 5. Well, that last module was something, wasn't it? Bringing out all that talent. And from where? From another universe? From a twin you? Do I expect you to believe all that? Well, friend, not necessarily. And you know why? Because I'm not sure I believe it. Oh, I believe that the eminent physicists and Nobel laureates believe it. That doesn't necessarily make it so, does it? I'm sort of a realist myself, and I like to go by one rule only. Does it work? Well, I do believe it works. No, that's not right. I know it works. When you believe, that's faith. Faith in the idea that something is going to happen in a certain way. Faith is when you don't have any actual proof. When I say I know, that has nothing to do with belief. Not when I know. Now, how do I know? Only one answer to that. I've done it. And so there's the proof, isn't it? And I've seen other people do it successfully too. If I use the idea of doppelgangers in parallel universes and have gotten some benefit from it, then I would know because I did it and it worked. Before I decided to teach the concept and the techniques, I used it myself. I used it 4 times, actually. It worked every time. As I've said, the first time was in writing, then there was singing, then there was photography, and then there was art. Quantum jumping, almost every time. I became a writer, a singer, a photographer, and an artist. But I always asked myself that question, is this all just psychological? Or is the doppelganger some sort of a magic entree into that other dimension? As long as it worked, I didn't really care. And then I used it to dance, tap dance. Never could, but always wanted to. Well, the doppelganger didn't help me a bit there. I never did learn how to tap, and after my tap teacher told me I seemed to have 2 left feet, I figured that, well, this doesn't work every time. But that knowledge was tempered by the fact that I also learned that the concept gives me the confidence to use it and to unlock things that are locked inside. And if something doesn't work, it doesn't mean that the technique doesn't work. It just means it didn't work that time. And that's a very good thing. I never thought, after not succeeding with dancing, that PDQ doesn't work. As I said, it just didn't work that time, for whatever the reason. I'm not meant to be a tap dancer. And my attitude is, well, then it's not meant to be. PDQ will bring out your hidden talents, but there has to be a seed to begin with. If the seed is there, PDQ will help it sprout and flower. To use the concept, to get that seed germinating, you must learn to use more of your mind. And so with this module, you're going to learn to use more of your mind. And when you do that, of course, you'll be better at whatever you do. Now, why is using more of your mind important? Well, consider this. Whatever you are, Whether you're a cook, a tailor, an insurance agent, an attorney, a student, a teacher, a business person, a minister, military, whatever. It stands to reason that if you use more of your mind, you'll be better at whatever it is that you do. There have been many eminent scientists who have stated that the average person uses only 2% of the potential of their mind. Brilliant people are simply those people who've learned to use more of their minds. Also, I believe that when you visit your doppelganger, you'll want to be using more of your mind so that you can be more successful with the PDQ concept. The more that you use your mind, the more successful that you'll be. In this module lesson, you're going to learn to use more of your mind so that you'll have a better understanding of the process involved. Before learning how to use more of your mind, let me show you how to use less of it. Sometimes it's easier to understand the thing when you look at both sides of it. We're going to look at the back side of this. So let's discover when you are using less of your mind. I'm going to talk to you now about brainwaves, and I'll soon bring it all together. But for you to really understand this concept, you should know something about the electrical energy that your brain produces and how it's affected by your emotions. The electrical currents of the brain are measurable. There's even a device to measure brain waves. You've probably heard of this device. It's called an electroencephalograph, or EEG mechanism. Brain waves start at about half cycle a second frequency and go up from there, beyond 30 cycles a second. The medical community has delineated the various areas of brainwave frequency into 5 segments. The commonly known names are delta, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma. Gamma waves have nothing to do with this discussion, as they're thought to bind neurons together. Now that's important, but it's not pertinent at this time. Simply put, delta is an area of deep sleep, theta an area of deep relaxation, alpha is an area of general relaxation and meditation, while beta is your normal awake state. The ideal relaxed state would be alpha. Alpha is also an emotion-free state. The ideal brainwave frequency when you're relaxed and meditating would be 10 cycles a second. That's alpha. Your brain produces frequencies. 10 cycles is the alpha frequency. When you're awake, the ideal brainwave frequency would be approximately 21 cycles per second. That's beta. We live, work, and play in a beta world. The beta world is a world of emotions. You want to do your thinking in the alpha world, the emotion-free world. You'll find that when you visit your doppelganger, you'll be as emotion-free as you can get. When you go to a parallel world and you're in alpha, your emotions are neutral. And that's important, as you'll see. What determines the frequency of your brain waves are these emotions. Any emotion affects your brain waves. Now let me define an emotion as we use the term, because it might be different from what you think it is. An emotion is any thought that has like or dislike attached to it. The more like, the more emotional. The more dislike, the more emotional. And so we conclude that what determines the frequency of your brain waves is the degree of your emotion at the time of the measurement. The higher the frequency of your brain waves, the less your mind is in use. In other words, to use less of your mind, just raise your brain waves. And here's how to do it. Let's take 2 of the most common emotional states, anger and fear. Anger has a variety of degrees. Anger could be annoyance, irritation, resentment, and growing higher on the scale, anger, when not contained, ultimately turns into rage and fury. The higher up the scale, the more elevated the brainwave. So if your normal brainwave frequency is 21, and you get a little angry and say that your brainwave frequency rises to 30 or so, You get irritated and so concentrated on the person who made you angry, it's difficult to think about anything else. You begin to use less of your mind. Think about a time you were angry. You used less of your mind at that point. Now, when the anger turns into rage and you're furious, up go the brain waves again. When you're furious, you stop thinking. And now you're using very little of your mind. Use so little of your mind when you reach the stages of rage and fury that you no longer consider consequences. And when a person doesn't consider consequences, big trouble. Big, big trouble. This is the area of very high brainwave frequency. Fear would be the same. When fear turns into panic, you use very little of your mind. People in a state of panic run into walls, jump into oceans, and follow crowds to places they're unfamiliar with, all because their minds stopped working. So then, how do you use less of your mind? Well, do something that raises your brainwave frequency. Something that happened very recently at Thanksgiving, just a few days ago, as we record this. There was a Walmart in the United States, and you might have heard about it on TV or radio, or you might have read about it on the internet, where people were standing outside waiting for what they call Black Friday, trying to get in to get the bargains. 5 o'clock in the morning, the day after Thanksgiving. That's the day that everybody shops, apparently. And there were so many people outside that when the door opens, they were so frustrated and so intent on getting in that the guard that was opening the door was knocked down, stomped, and died, unfortunately. And now they're looking for the people who ran over him because they used so little of their mind they didn't realize they were doing. That's using less of your mind. They were also emotional. They did not consider consequences, even when it cost the life of a person. Now, with that statement, you've learned the secret of how to use less of your mind. And if you know how to use less of your mind, then you also know how to use more of your mind. If when you want to use less of your mind, you raise your brainwave frequency, then it stands to reason that if you do something that lowers your brainwave frequency, instead of asking a question, how do I use more of your mind, you would do better to ask, how do I lower my brainwave frequency? And the end result is you're using more of your mind. So if you were to ask me how to use more of your mind, I would just simply say, lower your brainwave frequency. And now, of course, you have to ask, well, how do I do that? Aha. Now we get into it. How to lower your brainwave frequency. It would be easier to understand if we compare brain frequency with the beat of your heart. The normal beat would be, let's say 65 beats per minute. When you're active, your pulse rate or heartbeat would, of course, rise. At rest, your heartbeat goes down. If we were to call the brain frequency a beat, then the average beat would be 21 times a second. That would be during the normal range of activity when you neither particularly liked what you were doing, nor did you dislike it. Remember, like and dislike are emotions and will cause your brain's beat to slow or to speed up. The open door to success in lowering your brain waves and using more of your mind is relaxation. The ultimate relaxation would be getting your brain waves down to 10 cycles a second. That's alpha. Actually, that's the middle of alpha. The road to alpha is our universal icon, the Bhaga. If you've been to one of my seminars or you've investigated any of my other programs, you're familiar with the Bhaga, but it does bear repeating as we get constant reports of people using the Bhaga for a multitude of things, but most of all to initiate the states of relaxation and meditation. When you're relaxed, and especially when you're meditating, you're pretty much emotion-free. If you can be neutral with respect to emotions, you'll be using more of your mind. But back to back to the bagha. I've mentioned it before in another module here, but it bears repeating. I myself was initiated into the use of the bagha, an ancient yogi technique, many years ago when I was a practicing monk. The year was 1951. My mentor was a brother monk who told me of many, let's say, secret things of the order, with the bagha standing out among them. I was asked to keep the technique and the practice of it to myself for 50 years. At the time, I was in my 20s, and 50 years seemed like an endless amount of time. But years and decades slipped by, and here it is, 57 years later. It now gives me great pleasure to pass the technique on to you. It's a simple technique. With your mouth closed, just touch the roof of your mouth with the tip of your tongue. I usually touch the gum line inside my teeth, but others go for the middle of the palate. Either will do. Before you use the bagha, you must have some sort of an intention. Intent is what makes it work. Intent is the instigating factor. Somehow, when you have a thought in your mind, and then you touch the roof of your mouth with your tongue, just for a second, the thing happens. Now, it doesn't happen every single time, but it happens often enough to make you feel that you've got a little bit of control over your life. You might say that it's a trigger. And when you set it off, it tells your mind to come to attention. Something is about to happen. As the mind has been given an order, electromagnetic energies are released to either reject or attract the outcome. You'll find the bagha programming in many of the quantum jumping exercises in this program. Now, here's another way to use the bagha. Say that you're getting angry over something and you don't want to be angry. If it's your intention to be calm, just say to yourself, calm or anger dissolve, and touch your tongue to the roof of your mouth. And just like that, you'll find the anger disappearing. You can use the bagha for a great many other things as well. A lot of our graduates say that, report, I should say, that they use it if they're looking for a parking place in a crowded market. Now, you might find one by chance, but if you use the bagha while thinking about a parking place, that sets intent in motion. You're more likely to get it. Now then, does that sound silly? It would seem so. Put your tongue to the roof of your mouth and parking places open for you? It does sound silly, I admit it. Or using the bagha to get a good place at a restaurant or a good seat at a theater or on a plane? It all sounds silly. Try it. You'll surprise yourself. It flies in the face of logic. But so does my painting, writing, photography, not to mention my singing. But there it is. Use it, then form an opinion. Don't try to understand it. I don't. And I've been using the bagha for decades. The bagha has thousands of uses. The more you use it, the more confident you'll be in getting the thing that you want. The bagha is also a necessary resource when we get to the programming of your PDQ mentor or your doppelganger. But when you use it, parking places, restaurants, and things like that, insignificant things, if it doesn't work when you're doing it, don't think the bagha doesn't work. It just didn't work that time. Use it again. You'll find the percentage of getting what you want will rise. Okay. Next, we're going to be once again programming the bagha because you'll be using it when we get more into utilizing the energies of our parallel selves in a parallel world. So please find yourself a comfortable place where you'll be undisturbed for 15 minutes or so, and we'll begin to program the bagha for you to use from this time on. We do a lot of programming with the bagha, but we understand that the reason for all this programming of the bagha and the programming for the doppelganger is we want this to really be set in your mind so that when you do use it, your intent, your intention, what you intend to do, your goal accomplished, will be automatic for you. We want you to use the bagha as soon as you get angry. You don't have to think about it. Boom, there it is. So we want to program it a few times for you. During the alpha mental conditioning exercise, you're going to find yourself in front of the transit door also. On the other side of the door is a parallel dimension with your twin self, your doppelganger. Now, this self is already successful with the skill that you're looking for. So imagine this self giving you instruction and the energy to become successful at what you seek. And when this becomes just automatic, well, let's take me. It's pretty much automatic for me. I formally go to Alpha, probably once a day anyway, but sometimes I will be walking down the street or I'll be driving and I'll kind of daydream myself in front of the door and jump into another dimension and have a little conversation with a doppelganger to help me to do something that I want to do. Does it work? Seems to. It's been working for me for, I don't know how many decades. At least 30 years, probably more like 50. But at any rate, here we go. Find yourself a comfortable position, and we're going to do a PDQ mental conditioning exercise, an alpha exercise. So just relax, and we'll get started. Module 6, an alpha exercise. At this time, relax. We'll start this alpha exercise with a 3-to-1 count. This module is not to be played in a moving vehicle. This is a meditation exercise, an alpha exercise to introduce you to utilizing the power of this level. So find a comfortable position and close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 3 times. Take another deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 2 3 times. Take another deep breath. As you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 1 3 times. To help you enter the alpha level of mind, I'm going to count from 10 to 1. On each descending number, feel going deeper. 10, 9, feel going deeper. 8, 7, 6, deeper and deeper. 5, 4, 3, deeper and deeper. 2, 1. Relax. You are now at a pleasant alpha level of mind where you're able to concentrate fully on one subject. This time, concentrate on my words. You are now and always in complete control of your state of mind. You can open your eyes. You can be fully alert anytime you wish to be. Now it's time to program the Bhaga. And once again, the symbol that connects your intent to your goal. To activate the Bhaga, you have only to touch the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth. This time, just relax. Take a deep breath. And as you slowly exhale, think the word relax. Now imagine that you're in a small hallway. In front of you is a door. This door is a transit. When it's open and you jump through it, you find yourself in another dimension, a dimension with a twin self, a doppelganger who's already successful at the skill that you wish to develop. One of these quantum jumps leads to the successful use of the bagha technique for getting the things that you want now. The bagha is generally used for immediacy. The Bhaga will bring you a calm, relaxed state of a deeper and deeper alpha. Jump through the door, and you'll find a twin self of yours who is successful in the use of the Bhaga. The symbol for you to use to focus your intention, your desire, to the ultimate effect of your desire, the manifestation. When you use the Bhaga with intent, you'll find more and more the thing that you're programming for will come to be. Get a sense that you come to this twin self of yours who is successful in the use of the Bhaga. Imagine that you're meeting this twin self from another dimension who is successful in the use of the bagha. The transit door will lead you to parallel dimensions with doppelgangers of yours who are already successful in the skill that you're seeking. Relax. Allow yourself to relax and enjoy the alpha state. Imagine that your twin self is telling you to touch the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth. And now do it. Fine. The bagha has now been programmed. Whenever you wish to use the bagha, just think about what it is you wish, your intent, and touch the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth. Relax. In a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 3. At that time, you'll open your eyes. You'll be wide awake and alert, feeling better than before. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open, wide awake, feeling fine, feeling better than before. Module 7. With respect to using more of your mind, you learned to relax and use the bagha before making a decision. This will remove the emotions that cause you to use less of your mind and hamper you from making the right choice. There are many choices confronting us every day, and our lives are dependent on the choices that we make. The choices that you made in the past put you in the place you are at present. Are you satisfied with your reality, your life, your lifestyle at present? You have many areas of your life. You may be perfectly satisfied with, your health, but dissatisfied with the relationship. You might be happy at home, but dissatisfied with your work or your income. There are many aspects of your life to be satisfied with, but the big question to ask yourself is, am I happy? Are you happy? Happy can be defined as a state of contentment, a state of joy, or even a state of bliss. The happiest man I ever met was Brother Franklin, a monk who had nothing, wanted nothing, and would accept nothing, just food. He meditated every day. He lived on alms. With his eyes closed, his legs crossed into the lotus position, his head upturned, he had a perpetual smile on his face. Franklin was in a constant state of bliss. I don't necessarily recommend that. That's a person who is really on the spiritual train. And then there was Phil Constantine. Phil owned a shopping center. I met him just after California's Proposition 13 went into effect. The upshot of the Prop 13 was that Phil became an instant millionaire. But he always had a frown on his face. One day I asked him, Phil, you have a lovely wife, 3 great children, a great house, you got a new car, you got all the money anybody could want. Why aren't you happy? Phil shrugged. He looked at me and he said, without even thinking, he said, I'm not happy when I'm happy. You know, there are many people for whom enough is never enough. More doesn't necessarily make for contentment either, for there's no end to more. When you use more of your mind, however, then the word more takes on a greater significance. For now, more means wisdom, and that's something that is a definite advantage to you. But instead of looking at the end result of things, the result of more, let's examine the beginnings, the cause, or what I like to refer to as the source foundation of things. I mentioned this briefly earlier, defining source foundations as insignificant events in your life that have momentous results. Wherever you are now in life, you can bet that it started at some time in the past with some insignificant event. Something that happened that was so small and unimportant you didn't even notice it at the time that it happened. Here's a classic example of a source foundation. A caterpillar is moving along a grassy park lawn. It comes to a leaf that's fallen on the ground, and it turns, climbing up a stone bench. When it gets to the top of the bench, a man comes by. He doesn't see the caterpillar, and he sits on it. Squish. He feels the back of his pants. Yuck. He goes home to change, takes the pants to the cleaners, and while he's at the cleaners, he meets a young lady who's brought in a blouse to be cleaned. They start talking and have a few things in common. He asks her out for coffee. They start dating. He proposes. They marry. They have a child, a boy. The boy goes to college, then law school, then goes into politics. He's elected to high office. And so, because a leaf fell from a tree and a caterpillar turned to avoid it, Richard Nixon became president of the United States. Just a story, but it amplifies the point. The caterpillar could be the source foundation, but then again, so could the leaf. But if you went back far enough, the person who planted the tree that the leaf fell from could rightly be the source foundation, or back on ad infinitum. There's no identifying the original quantum source foundation. It would very likely turn out to be the Big Bang. To quote myself, a source foundation is a point in time or a specific event that opens you to a choice. As there is choice involved, there's a tributary in your river of life events that leaves the mainstream and has far-reaching effects. The caterpillar had a choice. It could move over the leaf, or it could go around the leaf and climb up the stone bench. The man had a choice. He could throw away the pants. He could sit somewhere else. He could wash the pants himself, or he could take them to the cleaners. Choices and tributaries, an infinite number of tributaries off the main life stream. When you use more of your mind and utilize the resources of PDQ, you're more likely to identify and to create a source foundation for a future occurrence. You better think about that last sentence. Let me repeat it. When you use more of your mind and you utilize the resources of PDQ, the techniques that you're learning, the alpha exercises that you're doing, then you're more likely to identify and to create a source foundation for a future occurrence. That's what you're about to learn how to do. Create the foundation for a future event, and then have the future event come to pass. No, it's not a magic wand, but it is a blending of psychology, energy forces, yoga, feng shui, and quantum physics. Here's how to create your first conscious source foundation. For this, we'll use feng shui. Not the feng shui that you're familiar with, if indeed you are familiar with feng shui. Feng shui is literally translated as wind and water. Wind to generate energies, water to contain them. Feng shui, incidentally, has been practiced for over 2,000 years. The term itself was introduced in China in the year 300. Wind and water contain energies to change the world. Just look at what wind can do during a hurricane or a typhoon. And with respect to water, well, heat it up to release the energy and you have steam. The only job of a nuclear power plant is to make steam out of water to turn turbines to create electrical energy. Allow me to tell you how I used feng shui as a conscious source foundation one time. It was in Paris. I had just presented a week of training for hypnotherapists. Yes, I do train hypnotherapists, have for many years. At that time, I decided to take a few extra days to enjoy the charms of the city. I didn't care for the pictures on the walls of my hotel room, and I decided to hang a few posters on the wall, also move the furniture around as well. Having taught feng shui for many years, I am, of course, familiar with the bagha and the points of each room with respect to setting up causes. The bagha, spelled B-A-G-U-A, is not to be confused with our bhaga, spelled B-A-G-H-A. similar, but a world of difference between them. I'd been shopping in a poster shop and had purchased some posters of the Old West. I wanted to decorate the living room portion of my suite. Now, I should say at this point that Feng Shui, as I teach it, is a conscious source foundation for whatever your intent is. My methods, the way that I do it, I kind of leave the basic teachings of most Feng Shui practitioners. Again and again, I've seen successes and I've heard success stories of those who follow the conscious source foundation method of Feng Shui. The basic concept of my method is very simple. When you neatly place your furniture or accessories in a room, if you hold a particular thought in your mind, in other words, an intention, then the placement acts as a source foundation for a future occurrence. When I purchased the posters of the Old West, it was at first to dress up my room in the manner of the American West, period about 1890. At the same time, I had in my mind a weight control method that I was teaching the budding hypnotists. I had a sudden thought, and suddenly I was placing the posters with intent without realizing it. I was thinking about writing a Western novel, one that was different, humorous, and unique. I'd never written anything about the old American West, but with that intention in mind, I built a conscious source foundation. Soon I had large posters all over the walls of my room. I had no idea what the maid would say when she'd see them, but I was going to be in the room for 3 more days, and I wanted it to be my room. And also I wanted to use the technique. I had a portable computer with me, and my mind was already working out what the book was going to look like. Well, after the posters were all hung, I went to the alpha state. When I was deep in alpha, I sensed the transit door that led to a parallel dimension. I jumped through and met a twin self of mine who was a Western writer. Now, was this really an alternate universe, a parallel dimension, or was it just an elaborate daydream? I didn't know. I still don't. But I do know that suddenly I had an urge to write. Here's the very first sentence that I wrote that evening. It was, I do so love the prairie, especially after a storm, when the plains come to life as the sun breaks through the clouds. Well, after I wrote that sentence, I was off and running, and before you knew it, I'd written an entire chapter. You know, you can actually read that first chapter if you go to www.bertsart.us and scroll down to the bottom of the page. The title of the book is Slices of Life in the Old West. Just click on it and you'll see that very first chapter that I wrote in Paris. I wrote compulsively that night, and the next day I finished it early, I'd say in the early evening. My sponsors in France, Michael Dotson and Lee Pascoe, wondered why I wanted to stay in my room with such a lovely spring day in Paris. But the energy for writing was overwhelming. I left the room for a cup of coffee and a croissant, and back I went. I was determined to continue writing. I just couldn't stop. Finally, the chapter was finished, and I called Lee. The rest of my time there was spent trying to figure out what happened. Was I truly influenced by an alter ego, a twin me, a doppelganger? Well, how could anyone be sure? The one thing I was certain of was that I was energized, and I did write the chapter. Well, I would use that same technique again and again. My visit was over. I carefully took down the Western posters. I rolled them up and left them on the bed. And I hope that one of the maids would appreciate a bit of Americana. But whatever, the posters had definitely done the job for me. After that, I used many things as conscious source foundations: furniture placement, pictures, accessories, clearing out the clutter from a room, the way I put things on a plate, and of course, the Dwaddle. But more on the Dwaddle soon in another module. The main thing is that conscious source foundations work. All the time? No. Nothing that I know of works every single time. There are too many other factors involved. But going to alpha, using the transit door, jumping through and immersing yourself, it works enough of the time to give you a leg up on life. And this, too, is still another way to use more of your mind. You may not want to write or do things that are of interest to other people, but even if you start using more of your mind without any particular goal in mind, you may well find yourself truly getting better and better in all the current aspects of your life. And don't be surprised if you suddenly feel a new energy and a desire to maybe explore your life and your lifestyle a bit more enthusiastically. To help you, on the next module, you'll find an alpha exercise to help you set your own conscious source foundation. So for now, find yourself a comfortable place where you can be alone and undisturbed, for 10 minutes or so, and just relax, and we'll begin with the next module. Module 8, an alpha exercise. We'll start this alpha exercise with a 3-to-1 count. This module is not to be played, of course, in a moving vehicle. So at this time, find a comfortable position and close your eyes. Take a deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 3 times. 3, 3, 3. Take another deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 2 3 times. 2, 2, 2. Take another deep breath. And as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 1 3 times. 1, 1, 1. Fine. To help you enter the alpha level of mind, I'm going to count from 10 to 1. On each descending number, you will feel yourself going deeper, and you will enter a pleasant alpha level of mind where you'll be able to concentrate fully on one subject. 10, 9, feel going deeper. 8, 7, 6, deeper and deeper. 5, 4, 3, deeper and deeper. 2, 1. You are now at a pleasant level of mind where you're able to concentrate fully on one subject at a time. At this time, concentrate on my words. You are now and always in complete control of your state of mind. You can open your eyes, you can be fully alert anytime you wish to be. Every time you enter this relaxed meditation state, know that you're getting better and better in every way. Whenever you enter this relaxed meditation state, you'll mentally say, every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. When you say these words, sense yourself improving in all areas of your life. Sense yourself getting better and better. Visualize improvements in your life as you mentally repeat the words. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Relax. Relax your eyes. Relax your lips, your jaw. Relax your head, your neck. Relax your arms and hands. Relax your body, your stomach, your chest, your back. Relax your legs and feet. You're now completely relaxed. Repeat mentally, my body rests and refreshes itself when I consciously relax. I'm relaxed now. Repeat mentally, every day my image of myself gets better. I can do anything I have a desire to do. Every day I grow stronger, knowing that I can. I can think. I can create. I can do. I can do anything I have a desire to do. Relax. At this time, concentrate on the image of you relaxed and at ease. Get a sense of yourself, comfortable, with your eyes closed in alpha. With that thought, you are as comfortable as you can possibly be. Consider now what it is that you'd like. What is your desire? I'm going to count from 1 to 3. At the count of 3, imagine that you are in a small hallway. You'll be in a small hallway in front of a door, a transit door. On the other side of the door is a different dimension, a dimension where there's a twin you, a doppelganger, who is already successful at the setting up of a cause that will lead to the effect that you want. 1, 2, 3. You are now in the small hallway. A door is in front of you. When you jump through the door after it opens, you'll be at the source, the beginning of an effect that you are programming for. The door leads to a twin self who has made different choices that time when a problem of yours had first developed. In that dimension, that parallel, you took a different course. You made different choices, and that led to a different effect. You make other choices mentally. This will set forces and energies at work that will have a positive effect on any problem that you might have. Imagine that you're in front of the transit door, and on the other side is a twin self of yours who has been involved with the event in a different way. Get a sense that your doppelganger is doing the thing the way that you feel you should have done it. Imagine that. Visualize it. And now the door is opening. At the count of 3, jump through the doorway, and you will imagine that you're in a parallel universe, the parallel dimension, where your twin self is successful in the scene that you're changing. Allow this twin self to act out the scene you wish to change and to act it out the way you wish you would have acted if you knew then what you now know. 1, 2, 3. Through the door, the doorway, the door has opened. You've jumped through the door. You're now in the parallel dimension where your twin self is successful in the scene that you are changing. Know that. Visualize it. Get a sense that you're with your twin self, and get a sense that you can see what your twin self is doing. It's almost as though you were doing it. You're redoing the event that is causing the problem at the present. Take your time. You will have plenty of time. Begin. Relax. Now, think about the living room in your home. Think about the main room of your home. Imagine that you can view the walls, the ceiling, and the floor. You know what is in your living room. Think about the furniture placement. Think about what is on the walls. Think about the pictures or accessories. Think about the color the walls are painted. Now imagine that you are mentally redecorating your living room. Take your time. First, move the furniture around mentally. Then change the pictures or whatever you have on the walls. Imagine that you're going to a store to perhaps purchase a new picture or a poster. And now imagine putting up the new picture or poster. Think about the thing that you want to happen. What is your intention as you mentally move the accessories around? What is your intention? Your intention is what you had seen your twin self doing. Think about that as you mentally move the accessories and the furniture around your living room. You are setting up a source foundation in your mind, a foundation where you will find the thing, the person, or the event that you're seeking, that you're programming, your heart's desire, the effect of the source foundation you've consciously set up. Relax. In a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 3. When I reach the count to 3, you'll be back in this dimension. Your eyes will open and you'll be wide awake. When you're fully conscious, go into your living room. And while thinking about the thing you want to happen, move something about the same way that you did when you were in the other dimension. If you don't wish to move the furniture around, at least move a few pictures and accessories as you did in the parallel dimension. Move the pictures and accessories the way you did while you were in the alpha state. Relax. At this time, I will count from 1 to 3. When I reach the count to 3, go into your living room and look around. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open, wide awake, feeling better than before, feeling energized, filled with vibrant energy, feeling better and better. Module 9. Earlier I spoke about a conscious source foundation called the Dwaddle. Now, what, you might ask, is a Dwaddle? Don't bother looking it up in any dictionary, as I invented the word. Recall that a conscious source foundation is a simple cause that you yourself set up with some intention in mind, like the Doppelganger and Feng Shui and programming and all the various techniques for goal setting. Well, this one involves that iconic symbol, the bagha, and the new iconic symbol, the Dwaddle. I'm going to tell you a story, and I'm also going to say that it's one of those things that I'm not sure that even I accept, and I was there. I was presenting a class of hypnotism in Laredo, Texas, for some Silva people. It was a training for the students of Jose Silva in the art of hypnosis. I used to present hypnosis training classes for Silva lecturers and graduates. There was a young lady in the class who was extremely bothersome to the other students. She was questioning everything again and again and again and again. Now, I like questions. I actually solicit them, but this one was going over the line, so to speak. I had no idea where or what she was doing in the class in the first place. She didn't appear to be interested in learning the art, only in bothering everyone there. Well, we came to a segment of the class that involved healing with hypnosis. The young lady, let's call her Clara, she raised her hand when I asked if anyone was in pain, as I wanted to demonstrate a particular hypnosis technique. Clara held up her hand. "What's your problem?" I asked her. She came over to me and whispered in my ear that she had a lump in her breast. I told her to go to a doctor. This class was for pain removal, not tumors or illness. Those things were for doctors. She said, "Wouldn't I please try it anyway?" She was under a doctor's care, and she wasn't going to stop going to her doctor, so why couldn't I do something for her as well? Couldn't hurt. Well, that's the way I feel. It can't hurt. And then again, it might help. When I do healing with hypnosis, I only ask for those people who are in pain, as there's immediate feedback. Clara was bothering the whole class, and so I decided to create a new iconic symbol for her to stop her incessant questioning for a while. Long time ago, I learned that it really doesn't matter what a healer does, so long as they do something. That'll be explained a bit later. At any rate, I walked over to the chalkboard in front of the room, and I drew a very elaborate stick figure. Not trying to make it art, just the outline of a body with a circle for a head and lots of lines for arms and legs. No features, just a kind of scribbling, with a few extra circles around the area of the upper left breast where she reported the problem. That was the symbol. To the class, it looked like an elaborate doodle. I said, no, it isn't a doodle, it's a dwaddle. Actually, I was kind of making a joke out of it. But from then on, the icon became a dwaddle. From little insignificant seeds, sometimes major things happen. That's how the dwaddle came about. I had Clara stand about 5 feet away from the board and told her to stare for 30 seconds at the center of the dwaddle, in the area of the chest where the problem was. I looked at my watch and timed 30 seconds. Then I had her run her eyes around the perimeter of the dwaddle for another 30 seconds. She did that, and that was it. I turned to the class and explained to them about intent and objectives and the necessity of a symbol to attach intent to, which would automatically fix on the objective, which in this case was the problem. While I was explaining all that, Clara left the room. A few minutes went by, and Clara ran back into the room extremely agitated and excited. She stopped me from speaking and said loudly for the entire class to hear, "It's gone, it's gone, it's gone," she repeated over and over and over again. Clara came over to me and whispered in my ear that the lump had disappeared. I must say I didn't quite believe her, as I had not felt the lump in the first place and wasn't about to. And I had to take her word for it. But then again, you never know. She seemed to believe that something had happened. Well, I let it go at that, thinking, wow, that Dwaddle is really something. I told her to go to a doctor, and she did. Now, I don't like to tell that story, as it's kind of unbelievable. But that was the first time that I used a Dwaddle. I did, however, tell her to be sure and see her doctor that week. I've always felt that alternative healing methods should be used along with the care of a physician. Now, you might well ask, do I really believe that a lump in some young woman's breast disappeared after she stared at a stick figure drawing for 30 seconds? My answer would have to be, I don't know. I've been teaching these methods for more than 30 years, and I've used many of them for more than 50, and I'm still skeptical. I've taught healing classes of Qigong and labyrinths and psychic healing, as well as hands-on and faith and spiritual and healing through hypnosis, and a few more that I've developed. I've seen hundreds of healings that may well qualify as miraculous, but I remain skeptical. I'm skeptical because I don't know what's happening. Oh, people explain it all right, but they don't know either. They say the healing is happening because of this or that or some other thing that has been used so long it's become traditional. I know the waters of Lourdes has had hundreds of miraculous results. I also know the waters of Lourdes has had millions of pilgrims drinking from it, all hoping for a healing. Does that mean that the holy waters don't work that? It's some other force at work? I don't know. If ever there were a universal iconic symbol, the waters of Lourdes would be it. So why don't the waters work in every single case? Once again, I don't know. But then again, no one else does either. Some people explain it, but they don't know. Nobody knows. That's why I've worked out specific techniques for you to use. If you yourself are skeptical about the result, that's okay, as long as you use the technique. There's a reason for that. A skeptic is unemotional about the outcome. They don't care. That's the mindset I look for. I believe that I've been so successful over the years because I'm skeptical. And when I say I don't care, well, obviously I care, I wouldn't do it. I don't care in that if it doesn't work, I just feel it didn't work that time. So I don't care about the result. Whether the healing takes place or whether it doesn't, as far as I'm concerned, same result. There was something in the way. What, I don't know. But back to the Dwaddle. The next time I had occasion to use the Dwaddle was during a seminar I presented in Hawaii, in Honolulu. This time it was a PDQ seminar, but I did want to get more information on this new iconic symbol. I was doing research into various techniques and methods to teach other people at the time. We were in the meeting room of the Ilokai Hotel. When I asked if there were any headaches in the group, 3 or 4 people came up, and using a different Dwaddle for each of them, after the first 30 seconds, all 3 reported improvement. Now, there are many methods of healing, but all of them require that intermediary that we call the iconic symbol. In that case, it was a drawing on a chalkboard or piece of paper that I call a Dwaddle. I've also borrowed a scarf and put healing energy into that, simply rubbing it with my hands with the intention to turn it into an iconic symbol. It really doesn't matter what you use so long as you follow 3 rules. Incidentally, the one with the scarf, that's on YouTube. If you just search for Burt Goldman or the American monk, it may still be up there when you get this. You'll see me healing about 30 people with a scarf. So it doesn't matter, as I said, what you use so long as you follow 3 rules. Number 1, you have to have an intention to heal. Number 2, you must use a symbol, some symbol, an iconic symbol, something that you feel is symbolic of the healing, such as the bagha or the Dwaddle. It can even be a thought, anything. And number 3, you want to remove emotions from your mind when you use the iconic symbol. The more you want something to happen, the less likely it is that it will happen. Take away that emotion. That's why a surgeon, let's say, whose child needs an operation. Now, the surgeon may be the most qualified, but that surgeon won't operate on their own child. Why? They care too much. So they'll get a friend to do it. Now, let's take those 3 things apart, because this is going to be programmed so that you can use this method for yourself and others to solve problems. But what takes this method away from all the other methods is another iconic symbol, the bagha. The use of the bagha symbol seems to multiply the energy of your iconic symbol geometrically when you use it, in addition to the Dwaddle, or the scarf, or the hands-on, or healing thoughts, or qigong, or any other method you may know of. Now, let me go over one of the principles of metaphysics that we're dealing with here, the principle of gender. The concept of the gender principle is that all things have a masculine and feminine character, a positive and negative, an outgoing and inflowing, a repelling and an attracting force. This can best be seen in a magnet, which takes advantage of the attracting force, but can also be used for repelling. Take 2 magnets and put the negative to the negative, and the magnets repel. Put the positive to the positive, the magnets repel. But when you put the positive to the negative, the outgoing to the inflowing, then there's a powerful attraction. The desire that creates your intention is the first force. That is an attracting force. You want to attract the healing energies to bring them into you. As it is your intent to heal, the result of your effort, a successful healing, is also an attracting force, as it requires the energy that you're sending out. These are both attracting forces and will repel each other. In other words, the healer's intent will not get through to the person who's in need of the healing. As the attracting force is a negative force, you have negative. There must be a positive force for the healing flow to take place. And that's the job of our iconic symbol. The bagha is both positive and negative. inflowing and outgoing, as is the Dwaddle. You think about something, that's the first force. And the thing you're thinking about, the person needing the healing, is the third force. When you touch your tongue to the roof of your mouth while thinking about the first and third, you've created a conduit for the energies to get through. The same thing goes for the Dwaddle, with the difference being the Dwaddle is a physical thing, while the Bhaga is a mental thing. When you use the Dwaddle and the Bhaga, you have the communication between the first force, intent, and the third force, acceptance of the healing energy. Now, if you didn't quite understand that, let me simplify it, as I know it can get a bit complicated. The best way for you to see this in action is to use the iconic symbol yourself. First of all, you're going to need a subject with a headache. But let me deviate for just a moment. You may not want to be a healer. You may not want to ever use this force to heal. But there may be other things that you do want. As example, you want a better job, a firm relationship, the right kind of friends, financial security. You want freedom from fear. You may want to bring out a hidden talent, or you may simply want peace of mind and a contented life. All that is possible using the same procedure that you are learning about healing. As example, let's say that you want a different car than the one you have now. Here's how to use a conscious source foundation along with your iconic symbols. The conscious source foundations that you've learned is like a seed. Nothing grows until the seed is introduced to some soil. Seeds are left in the soil through the action of the wind, the rain, birds, animals, and, of course, man. Your seed is, first of all, desire. The desire for a new car. Now, does that have anything to do with using more of your mind? After all, in the previous modules, you did hear a lot about how to use more of your mind. There are many branches of society. There are those who, when they have the desire for a new car, they just go out and buy one. But what about those who don't have the means, or those who have the means but not the motivation? What about them? Ask yourself this: do I really want a new car or a different car? If you do, then we'll continue. Now, the automobile in this case can be a simple metaphor representing anything that you have a desire for. The seeding and building of the proper energies to manifest the thing that you desire, that's the same. So then, your intent is to get yourself a new car. Your objective is, of course, the car itself. But you learn that intent and objective are not enough. We also need the iconic symbol to bring this about. We need the iconic symbol to magnify the energies and bring intent and objective together. Well, we know about the bagha, but often another symbol multiplies the energies, and so we use the Dwaddle or other symbol. If this sounds strange, think how many candles and how much melted wax is used by the churches of the world, especially so in the Catholic Church. These candles are iconic symbols. Yes, they're used in a spiritual manner, but they are iconic all the same. You also can use a candle for your secondary symbol, if you like. Here's how you would do it. Say that you're determined to get yourself a different vehicle, still using the car as a metaphor. First thing on your list of things to do is to strengthen your desire. You do that with the help of the alpha level of mind. Let me walk you through it. You close your eyes, you touch the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth, and you mentally think very softly the word alpha. Then you just relax and calm your mind, driving out all outside forces. This is the difficult part, as a bombardment of thoughts often comes to you at this time. But instead of attempting to not think of a thing, like the extraneous thought and images that will come to you, you cut it off at the pass, so to speak, by thinking about something else. For a spiritual meditation, as example, you'd use the mantra Om. But for a thing such as a product of some kind, you use the thing that you want as a mantra. In this case, a car, an automobile, whatever. That's your mantra. You sit comfortably with your eyes closed and repeat slowly the word Lexus, Ford, or Jaguar, or BMW, or whatever the car is. Repeat it softly, slowly, and repeatedly. Now allow the mental image of a car to come to mind. Touch the roof of your mouth with the tip of your tongue. While repeating the car mantra and after sensing the mental image of the car, imagine that you're in your kitchen lighting a candle and repeating, "This is all I have to do to have my dream come true." Now imagine the door to a parallel dimension in front of you. Imagine when you jump through the doorway, it leads to a twin you who already has the car that you want. Imagine that you're jumping into that dimension where the car is waiting for you. Sense your twin turning the car over to you, and then mentally get into the car and drive off. Now, all that is done at the alpha level. On the next module, you'll find a complete alpha mental conditioning exercise for you. This is not programming only for an automobile. Remember, a car can be a car, but if it's not a car you want to program for, then the car is a metaphor for anything at all that you want. Now then, when you're back from the alpha level, get the candle, get the actual physical candle, go into your kitchen, and repeat the act that you did while you were in the alpha level. Do remember when you light the candle to repeat the same words. This is all I have to do to have my dream come true. This is a powerful goal-setting device. Use it. Use it often. Many forces are set in motion by this technique, both physical and psychological. What is your dream? Well, let's do one now. Get comfortable. Get ready to close your eyes while I guide you through the alpha exercise. Think about what you want. Relax, and we'll begin in a minute. Everything that we're doing with this project has already taken place in one of the parallel dimensions. During the alpha exercise, you'll be going to a dimension where you're already successful in the use of the Dwaddle. Just by going there, you bring back a bit of the energy of a successful you. The transit doorways all lead to a parallel dimension where you're already successful in the achievement of your goal. Now, make yourself comfortable, and we'll begin our goal-setting alpha exercise excursion into the parallel dimension that holds the energies that you need to fulfill the goals that you're seeking. During this next alpha exercise, you'll be mentally jumping through the doorway that leads to a parallel where you already have your dream. The dream realized is a twin you, what the scientific community calls a doppelganger. We will call this twin you your counterpart. During the following alpha exercise, you'll work on a small problem, a problem that you'd like resolved. So, right now, make yourself comfortable, and we'll begin with the next module, an alpha exercise. And we'll start this exercise with a 3-to-1 count. This module is not to be played in a moving vehicle. Find a comfortable position. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 3 times. Take another deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 2 3 times. Take another deep breath. And as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 1 3 times. To help you to enter the alpha level of mind, I'm going to count from 10 to 1. On each descending number, you'll feel yourself going deeper, inward, and you will enter a deeper, a more pleasant alpha level of mind, where you'll be able to concentrate fully on one subject. 10, 9, feel going deeper. 8, 7, 6, deeper and deeper. 5, 4, 3, deeper and deeper. 2, 1. You are now at a pleasant level of mind where you're able to concentrate on one subject. At this time, concentrate on my words. You are now and always in complete control of your state of mind. You can open your eyes. You can be fully alert anytime you wish to be. Every time you enter this relaxed alpha state, know that you're getting better and better in every way. Whenever you enter this relaxed alpha state, mentally say, every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. And when you sense those words, sense yourself improving in all areas of your life. Visualize improvements in your life now as you mentally repeat the words. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Relax. Relax your eyes. Relax your lips, your jaw. Relax your head, your neck. Relax your body. Relax your arms and hands and legs and feet. You're now completely relaxed. It's a wonderful feeling to be completely relaxed. Repeat mentally, my body rests and refreshes itself when I consciously relax. I'm relaxed now. Repeat mentally, my body rests and refreshes itself as it is doing at this time. And when it rests and refreshes itself, my immune system is strengthened, enhanced. Every day, my image of myself gets better. I can do anything I have a desire to do. There's no one else on earth exactly like me. Every day I grow stronger knowing that I can. I can think. I can create. I can do. I can do anything I have a desire to do. Relax. At this time, imagine that you're in a small hallway. In front of you is a door, a transit door. On the other side of that door is a different dimension, a parallel dimension, a dimension where there is a twin you, a doppelganger, a counterpart who is already successful with what you want. You have many counterparts, as we all do. Many twins in many dimensions and many universes, an infinite number of universes with an infinite number of counterparts. You can tap into the counterpart who is able to help and willing to help with a problem. Every problem has a solution. If there were no solution, it would not be a problem. Every problem has within it an inherent solution, the problem solved. Think now about a minor problem. A problem that might be a 2 or a 3 on a scale of 1 to 10. Not much of a problem. Now consider what kind of a twin you, if there were an infinite number of yous in the infinite universe, what kind of a you would have that same problem? But that twin you has solved that problem. Your doppelganger, the one you'll be visiting, has had that same problem and solved it. Found the solution. You're going to visit that person and see what he or she has to say to you. We're going to call that other you your counterpart. Concentrate on the word counterpart. Consider your problem. Your intention is now to solve that problem through your counterpart. You are in the hallway. In front of you is the transit door. I'm going to count from 1 to 3. When I reach the count to 3, the door will open and you'll jump through the doorway, to be with your parallel dimension twin self. Take your time when you get there. Mentally hear yourself speak the problem. Hear yourself repeat it a word at a time and clearly, and then wait for the answer. The answer that comes is very likely that of your twin self. The more you focus on the thought, the more you concentrate your attention, the more successful you will be. I will now count from 1 to 3. At the count of 3, jump through the doorway. 1, 2, 3. Jump through the doorway. You're now in the parallel dimension. Take your time and begin. Relax. Whenever you wish a problem to be resolved, just go to your alpha state, as you are now. Imagine a door, a transit door that leads to a parallel dimension. Your intent will take you to the right dimension. Use the bagha, that is your trigger, and say to yourself you want to speak to your counterpart, your twin, or your doppelganger. They're all the same, just different names. You want to speak to the counterpart who has the answer. And just imagine your twin self suddenly there alongside you or in front of you. Get an impression of how your counterpart would deal with the problem. Relax. You have this wonderful resource to solve problems. Just imagine you're in the hallway, in front of the door. Imagine the door opening. Jump through the doorway. Your intention is to meet your doppelganger, your counterpart, your twin self, who has resolved the problem or who has the answer to the thing that you want to know. Relax. In a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 3. When I reach the count of 3, you'll be back in this dimension. Your eyes will open. You'll be wide awake, feeling wonderfully refreshed, feeling like your problem has been resolved or is on the way to a resolution. Relax. At this time, I will count. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open, wide awake, feeling wonderfully refreshed, feeling better than before. Module 11. During a previous module, I spoke of the Dwaddle. The Dwaddle is a visual, iconic symbol. It's a drawing of a stick figure, a simple representation that anyone can do. It's hard to get it wrong, actually. Only if you're an artist or have a proficiency in drawing, then you might be able to do it wrong, as you'll actually try to draw a figure. That's not what a Dwaddle is about. When you make the lines of the Dwaddle, you're gathering energy and putting it onto the paper. The Dwaddle is an icon of solutions and healing energy. It's actually very easy to test. All you have to do is to draw a stick figure, a squiggly line for the body, 2 squiggly lines for the legs and feet, 2 more for the arms and legs, and a circle for the head. Draw it fast and keep the pen on the paper or your pencil so that it's drawn kind of like in one motion. Make a lot of swirls and circles so the figure is filled with lines. Make a few extra lines in the area of the problem. Before you draw your Dwaddle, have an intention in mind. If you have a headache, as an example, then you know you're drawing the Dwaddle to take away the headache. That's the premise of the Dwaddle. After you draw the figure on the paper, take the paper, the sheet of paper. Usually I use an 8x10 when I'm doing it on a piece of paper. And then I take a piece of Scotch tape or sticky tape and just paste it on the wall about eye level. Now you stand about 6 feet back, 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet, something like that, and you stare at the center of the Dwaddle. Now allow your eyes to wander around the perimeter of the Dwaddle for about 30 seconds, just around and around the Dwaddle for 30 seconds. And that's it. The headache should be gone. Now, once you're successful at getting rid of headaches for yourself or for others, you can do this for someone else very easily, then you'll want to experiment with the Dwaddle. And here's where a parallel dimension comes in. Go to the dimension where you are expert in Dwaddles and have your Doppelganger help you to decide on what problems the Dwaddle can help you with. The Dwaddle is a good example of how the law of attraction can be made to work for you. I say that because what appears to be the major roadblock for people learning about the law of attraction is that it doesn't seem to work for them. I say that because we asked people what they thought about and how they used and how they feel about the law of attraction. We received an avalanche of replies, more than 7,000 replies. The big question asked over and over again was, I don't understand why it doesn't work every time. Or, I have not yet been able to master the law of attraction. Another one, well, because so far it hasn't worked. Another one, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Another that we got a lot of response on, it seems to need more concepts or techniques. Another one about the law of attraction, I just don't know where to begin, and on and on and on. Now, most of the people who complained that it didn't work for them seem to expect a magic wand. Just wave it and the water will turn into wine. The lint in your pockets will turn into gold. A cloud will break and release a torrent of $100 bills. If only that were so. There's an old homily that says, you have to learn to walk before you can run. Allow me to carry that metaphor a little bit further forward. Gary and Sally were newlyweds. Sally was making dinner for the first time. She had just bought a nice piece of meat for a roast. Gary watched her prepare the meal. She rubbed the roast with olive oil, sprinkled salt and pepper over it, and then she took a knife and she cut an inch off the left side of the roast and an inch off the right side. Gary looked at the roast. He looked at his wife. He said, Sally, why'd you do that? And she replied, but that's the way you make a roast. That's the way you're supposed to do it. Well, Gary thought that was kind of strange, but he didn't want to argue with his bride. A week later, she had roast again. And again, he's watching her. She cuts an inch off the left side and an inch off the right side. Well, he thought, it's kind of a nutty thing, but my friends have worse things to contend with. I can live with that. And he didn't mention it again. And then, after a while, they were invited to Sally's mother's house for dinner. And she happened to be preparing a roast. And Gary, curious, asked if he could watch her make it. And she said, sure. And sure enough, Sally's mother, she rubbed the roast with olive oil, sprinkled salt and pepper over it. Then she took out a knife and she cut an inch off the left side and an inch off the right. Gary asked her, why'd you do that? And she said, what do you mean, why'd I do it? That's the way you make a roast. Well, Gary thought this here whole family is a little nutty. Oh, well, other families have worse things to deal with. A year went by, and one day they were invited to Grandma's house for dinner. Aha! Gary calls Grandma and said, Grandma, I love roast. Would you mind making one? He's determined to get to the bottom of this. Sure, she says. Well, when they get to the house, Gary asked if he could watch, and Grandma said, fine. Well, she rubbed the roast with olive oil, she sprinkled salt and pepper over it, and she picks up the roast and she puts it in the pan and shoves it into the oven. Wait a minute, Gary said. Didn't you forget something? And Grandma shook her head and she said, no, I don't think so. Gary pointed to the roast. He said, you forgot to cut an inch off the left side and an inch off the right. Oh, Grandma said, I stopped doing that years ago. Why? Gary asked. Grandma looked at him and said, oh, because I bought a bigger pan. Now, friends, in that little story is the reason that people are the way they are, the way your friends are, the way that you are. We call that programming. How many inches are you cutting out of your life because that's the way you're supposed to do it? People who have problems with the law of attraction are those who are still following the old rules, the ones that were laid out for them by their parents, by their family, friends, schools, churches, temples, authority figures, and the general media. Doing everything the same old way, even if the doing flies in the face of logic. Now, I can't undo years of programming. I can't undo years of programming that has been so set that you do it even though there's absolutely no logic to doing it. And you build up a tremendous momentum. The longer you've done something, the more momentum you have, and it takes a bit to get rid of that momentum. Here's one of the ways, because you have to do that before those laws that will bring you the good life can be activated. You've got to slow down that momentum. How to activate the law of attraction is the question that has to be answered, but it appears that there's no answer. If it's not working for so very many people that have read about it in the book, The Secret, and have seen the movie of the same name, if it's not working for them, then there must be something wrong. Now, what can the problem be? There are thousands of organizations out there that give hints, suppositions, and offer methods that are supposed to release the genie to do your bidding. So many of them that it gets a bit confusing at times. That's the main reason I developed the Parallel Dimension Quest program. Because if the question is unanswerable, then we have to look to a place where it's already been answered. Now, the only place that I know of where all the questions have been answered, all the problems solved, is a parallel dimension that has indeed solved the problem. It's where I go when I get stuck for an idea. And I need lots of ideas. Last week, I needed to attract an idea for a new painting. As you may know, that's one of my hobbies. A painting that would stand out among any that anybody has ever produced. Well, that's quite a challenge, I said for myself. But I went to a parallel dimension, the idea came, and I'm working on it right now. Last year, I needed an idea for a novel I was writing. I was stuck. Then I went to a parallel where my counterpart had written the novel. I got the theme, and a rather unusual story evolved. I call that one Zyclo. There are thousands of ideas and solutions in the parallel world. All you have to do is to visit with your twin self, your doppelganger. Merge and gather the energies to do with them whatever you want. This is the ultimate reprogramming department. This is the ultimate way to get rid of that cutting an inch off the left end and an inch off the right end of your life, metaphorically speaking, of course. And if you're limited in any area of your life, if you feel subconsciously that you only deserve so much, let's say you feel you only deserve so much in the way of health or money or relationships or friends or whatever, then you can bet it's past negative programming that's holding you back. Now, in our paradigm, the answer is simple. You just visit a dimension where the problem has already been solved. And that's exactly what I intend to show you how to do. Go to an alternate reality, a parallel dimension where the solution has already taken place. Let me tell you how Sarah Zuniga resolved one of her problems. Well, her big problem. Sarah was a housemaid in Cleveland, Ohio. Her salary fluctuated as she worked for $8 an hour, but she didn't have enough accounts to bring her a 40-hour week. She told me her average wage was $265 a week. Her husband had his own business as a floor waxer, and he brought in an additional $700 a week, and between the two salaries, they made do. Cost of living in Cleveland at the time was quite low. Sarah came to my class, and she was fascinated by the concept of her having other selves in other dimensions who were exactly the same as her, same husband, same parents, same friends, same children, but who was very successful. She couldn't wait to get into the alpha exercise so she could visit her doppelganger. Well, she visualized the transit door while in the alpha exercise, and her intent was to go to a successful Sarah in a business that she loved. She jumped through, and suddenly she reported she saw a twin self. She visualized herself walking over to her twin. Her intent, of course, was what influenced her thoughts. She wanted to be successful. Her intention was she wanted to make $150,000 a year. But most of all, she wanted to be a decorator. That was what was on her mind. She got the figure of $150,000 by thinking she made about $15,000 a year and she wanted to make 10 times more. Well, she imagined herself talking to her twin self. She thought she heard dress up houses for sale, and like me, didn't know what it meant. When she came out of the exercise out of Alpha, she asked me what I thought it meant, and I said, I don't know. I asked if she cleaned any houses that were for sale, and she said no. She was suddenly very quiet and thoughtful as the class went on. Dress up houses for sale. She kept thinking about that. Sarah was now paying no attention to me, and during a break I asked her what was going on. Well, she said, I just got an idea, and I want to see if I should get excited about it or not. And with my permission, she got up on the stage, about 100 people, 150 people in the room, and she asked if there were any real estate salespeople in the room. 4 hands went up. Sarah said, I have an idea, and Bert is letting me tell it to you because it kind of proves that this stuff works. And then Sarah asked the 4 real estate salespeople what they thought about her idea. Her idea was that a house that's been on the market and can't sell, sometimes it doesn't sell because it has to be spruced up. Sarah said she's starting a company that will clean a house spotless, and she'll also decorate those rundown houses so that they'll sell. She said that she would take the furniture, move it around. She wouldn't buy anything to put in, but what she would do is utilize everything that's there because she did have a lot of talent for decorating. And she'd move furniture around. She'd put magazines in the right place, aside from cleaning up. Well, what would you charge? One of the people asked. Sarah told me later she had no idea what to charge. But a figure just popped into her mind, and she said, $500. Now, I'm making a long story short here because Sarah got 3 houses to work on right in that class. And as she averaged about 8 hours on each job, she'd made exactly 8 times as much as she did by just cleaning houses. Now, I could almost write a book about Sarah. Maybe I will. Sarah and her husband, Peter, because Sarah wound up with more than she could handle. She pretty soon had more work than she could handle. All she did was go to real estate offices. She hired 2 girls, 2 women, and then she hired 3 more, and then 5 more. And pretty soon, she had 87 people working with and for her, including her husband. Peter closed his floor waxing shop to come in with Sarah. Sarah hasn't cleaned a house in a year. She just oversees the decorating that her firm does. I'm really proud of Sarah. A great story about Sarah. I'm also proud of all of you who listen to my words and who act on the suggestions. because I know that you're striving to better yourself and to live a more fulfilled, a more gratifying life. And one thing that you can count on, I'm always going to give you my best of the best concepts, the best of the best techniques, and the best ideas that I've tested and seen retested again and again and again. During the Alpha exercise in the next module, you will have occasion to visit with a doppelganger. But, don't make a big thing out of it. It could be all imagination anyhow. Who can prove any of these things? The thing is, it works. That's always been my major concern. Are you really going to a parallel dimension? There's no way to prove that. But ask another question. Well, does it work? If it does, don't fix it, don't repair it, don't do anything to it. I'll say it again. Are you really going to a parallel dimension? Maybe yes, maybe no, or maybe. A better question would be, will my jumping through the doorway and imagining that I'm going to a parallel dimension help me? I say from a great deal of past experience, yes, it will. It's my firm belief that this idea of getting support from a twin self in another dimension is one of the most powerful techniques I've ever come across. So then, how do you make the law of attraction work for you? Let's see if we can turn this into a process. Number one, decide what you want. Now that brings the all-important intent into play. Intention, very important. And the one constant that I found is intent. People often complain about the law of attraction not working, and after questioning them, I discover they don't really know exactly what they want. So what's your intention? Exactly what is it that you want to attract to you? Number two would be a catalyst to get you started. A conscious source foundation, so to speak. For our students of PDQ, the means is, of course, visiting a parallel where you already have the thing that you're programming for and imagining that you're getting information from your counterpart who already has what you want to attract. Number three is to act on whatever information you receive. In many cases, it will appear to be inspirational, but however you get it, think about how you can use the information and take an action. It could be a small action, but act you must. Three things again. One, decide what you want. Number two, a catalyst to get you started. And number three, act. Sarah Zuniga wanted not only to get out of the cleaning house business for $8 an hour, she had high hopes, and her intention was to earn $150,000 a year. She went into Alpha and visualized the transit door to other dimensions. There's her catalyst. Again, intent came into the picture. Her intention was to jump through the doorway and see a successful Sarah, a twin self who was making that much money. She imagined speaking to that self, and the information she got was to dress up houses for sale. Now, was that buried deep in her mind, and she just brought it out with this particular technique? What does it matter? What matters is she had it. She had something to work on. Just as when I first used it for photography and I heard take a lot of pictures, well, that didn't make sense. Plant yourself, that didn't make sense either. But ultimately, it did. I planted myself, took a lot of pictures, and boom, there it was. Hall of Fame. Back to Sarah. Sarah acted immediately, surprising us all by asking if there were any real estate people in the class. Are there any real estate salespeople in the class? She asked. She took the action right then and there and told him that if he had any houses that weren't selling, she would change things around by working in the house, making it neat, decorated properly, and ready to sell. Now, it's no guarantee it's going to sell. Depends on the market, of course. But they weren't selling anyway. I don't know that any of the houses that she fixed up sold. All we were interested in was having her work on the houses, and $500 to the people. The real estate people didn't pay the $500. The people paid it. But what's $500 when you're selling a house for $300,000 or $400,000? Well, Sarah had never done anything like that, but she was a good housekeeper, and she also had a talent for decorating. She wasn't able to use that before. Now she was. She was going to incorporate that into her new business. Her case was unusual because it happened right then and there with the 3 houses that she did for those salespeople who were in the class. And she was launched into a new career before she left the class, actually. The point, of course, is still starting with an intention, going to a parallel, and taking an action. And now I'm going to guide you through a quantum jump. This time, I'll help you to get there, and I'll be quiet for a short while to allow you to imagine that you're speaking to your counterpart. So, find yourself a comfortable place where you'll be undisturbed for 15 or 20 minutes, and we'll begin on the next module. Module 12, an alpha exercise. We will start this alpha exercise with a 3-to-1 count. This module is not to be played in a moving vehicle. So, find yourself a comfortable position. Now then, close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 3, 3 times. Take another deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 2, 3 times. Take another deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 1, 3 times. To help you to enter the alpha level of mind, I'm going to count from 10 to 1. On each descending number, you'll feel yourself going deeper, inward, and you will enter a pleasant alpha level of mind where you'll be able to concentrate fully on the subject at hand. 10, 9, feel going deeper. 8, 7, 6, deeper and deeper. 5, 4, 3, deeper and deeper. 2, 1. You are now at a pleasant level of mind where you are able to concentrate fully on one subject. At this time, concentrate on my words. You are now and always in complete control of your state of mind. You can open your eyes. You can be fully alert anytime you wish to be. Every time you enter this relaxed meditation state, know that you're getting better and better in every way. Whenever you enter this relaxed meditation state, you'll mentally say, every day and every way I'm getting better and better. When you say these words, sense yourself improving in all areas of your life. Visualize improvements in your life now as you mentally repeat the words. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Relax. Relax your eyes, your lips, your jaw. Relax your head and your neck. Relax your shoulders, your arms and hands. Relax your body, your chest, your stomach, your back, your buttocks. Relax your thighs, your calves, your feet. You're now completely relaxed. Repeat mentally, my body rests and refreshes itself when I consciously relax. I'm relaxed now. Repeat mentally after me. Every day my image of myself gets better. I can do anything I have a desire to do. I am a wonderful human being. There's no one else on earth exactly like me. Every day I grow stronger knowing that I can think, I can create. I can do. I can do anything I have a desire to do. Relax. Imagine now that you're in a small hallway. In front of you is a door, a transit door. On the other side of that door is a different dimension, a parallel dimension, a dimension where there is a twin you, a doppelganger, a counterpart who's already successful with whatever it is that you want. What is it that you want? Think about that for a moment. Think about what you want. It might be a thing, a person, it might be an event, whatever. Think about it for a moment. Relax. Before you act on anything, you want to be sure that the action will bring about a beginning to an end. The action is a catalyst to get you started doing something. The thing that you want has already been achieved by a twin self of yours, a self in one of the infinity of dimensions and universes. Your intention is to begin your quest for the completion of your goal. State your goal now mentally. What is it you want to happen? After you jump through the doorway, imagine that you are in a parallel dimension with the doppelganger who has already achieved that goal. Soon you'll be with that twin self who will take you in hand and tell you how to become successful with the thing you want, the thing that you are programming for. I'm going to count from 1 to 3. And at the count of 3, you will imagine that the door opens, and then you'll jump through the doorway to be with your twin, your counterpart who is successful and wants you to become successful as well. 1, the door is slowly opening. 2, 3, the door is open. Jump through the doorway. Jump through the doorway. You are now in a parallel dimension with your counterpart twin self. Talk to that self. Ask questions and then clear your mind and get an impression of getting some information, some advice perhaps. Relax, take your time. You will have plenty of time. Begin. Relax. What have you sensed? What have you heard? Whatever it was can be significant. Think about the information that you have received. Once you consider the information and set your goals, after that it will be time to take an action. Take a minor action, a small action at first, but do take that action with intent in mind. Take the action with the intention that it is the first step on your way to your goal. Your doppelganger will be with you every step of the way. Just think about your twin self in a parallel dimension who's helping you, and the help will be there. Relax. In a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 3, and when I reach the count of 3, you'll be back in this dimension. Your eyes will open, and you'll be wide awake. And you remember any and all of this particular alpha exercise, that it is of benefit for you to remember. Relax. At this time, I will count. 1, 2, 3. Back in this dimension, eyes open, wide awake, feeling wonderfully refreshed, feeling better than before. Module 13. Well, now you've learned about the Bhaga, and you've learned about Doppelgangers and conscious source foundations and mechanical source foundations, and you may be wondering how you can use all that information in different situations. And so the rest of the modules will deal with a particular situation. First, there'll be the man who was let go from his job through no fault of his own and was finding it hard to cope. Another will be about the woman who had a terrible relationship with her husband and her family, and so on. A different story so that you can see which technique would work best in your case, which might not be the same, but close enough so that the same technique will work for you. The stories, of course, are metaphorical. This, incidentally, is a unique method of training that I got exactly when I sat at my computer. My doppelganger was at it again. I was thinking about what to say on the remaining modules that we were committed for and just started typing. What I typed was what I had just said to better illustrate how to use the PDQ material. To do that, I'll utilize the resources of a few hypothetical tales. First, the hypothetical tale of Alfred Mondali. Alfred worked at the Ford plant in Detroit, and when the economy tanked, he was let go after 12 years seniority. He received a few months' wages, and he had a modest savings account, so he wasn't too worried at first. He did have a festering anger in him toward the company that he'd been so loyal to for so many years. This came out in his attitude toward his wife and children. He turned into a nasty, the nastiest type of a negative thinker. He didn't want to take the only jobs available, which were, it seemed, all in fast food restaurants, like a waiter, a fry cook, or something janitorial. Sitting at home, his mind began to fester as he ran through all the negative things in his life. He thought of his friends who still had jobs. He envied them. One day his wife ordered Al a PDQ set, and he agreed to listen to the modules. It all sounded somewhat bizarre to him, especially when he heard the part about infinity and doppelganger and counterparts and source foundations, and, well, he couldn't understand it. But when he heard me say that it was easy to be a positive thinker, all you have to do is to be and do your best, whatever you do. Well, that got him. The positive thinking comes easy after that. Just do the best at whatever it is that you're doing. He did learn to go to the alpha level, and he did learn the quantum jump. That he enjoyed somehow. It was kind of an elaborate daydream as far as he was concerned, and that's about all he was doing after the Ford company let him go, daydreaming. It was easy for him to imagine jumping through the transit doorway. He wasn't really expecting anything to happen. As a matter of fact, he had no goals. He couldn't imagine anything that he wanted to do. He just let himself go, and it seemed as though he was having another daydream. He imagined someone coming towards him. He kind of daydreamed that the person was himself, like he was looking at a three-dimensional mirror. He thought he heard the other self say, "Can you help me?" Well, that was a switch. He was the one that was supposed to ask that. Then the other self asked how to get out of a situation he was in and described the same situation that he was in. Well, what is going on here? Well, then again, in an infinite universe, there would be all kinds of situations. He would be in some situations where he was the doppelganger of a different self. Al started in his mind to tell his other self things to do. He told that self to get any kind of a job, but to not only be the best at that job, but to be the owner of the business in a few years. And he thought that'll teach him. Well, that got Al thinking. The next day, he decided to institute a source foundation, a conscious source foundation. He chose flipping a coin. That was going to be his source foundation. He said, if it comes up heads, I'll take a job at the Point Diva Cafe, a local cafeteria. And if it comes up tails, I'll try and get a job as a salesman for California Fabrics. Well, he flipped a coin, and it was heads. He had a small frame made to hold the nickel coin, and he put it on his mantelpiece. That coin was the source foundation for all the good things that were going to happen to him. It opened him to a new dimension. And where there's choice, there are possibilities. He did. He took a menial job at the Point Diva Cafe, but he wasn't demeaned by it. On the contrary, the lower he was, the higher he'd climb. He became the dishwasher. But he was determined to be the best dishwasher they'd ever had. He wanted to be the best dishwasher in the entire world. Al was happy with his job. He was the best. He knew that in 3 months he'd be a waiter there. And it happened in 2, because he was the best. Al became the best waiter they'd ever had, because Al knew something. He knew that the coin that decided his fate would not be an important conscious source foundation unless he was led to something significant. And he wanted it to be an important conscious source foundation. The only way he was going to do that was to be the best at whatever he was doing. Well, the restaurant needed a manager. Al was going to turn the job down because he made much more as a waiter, being as he received the highest tips. He was, after all, the best. He knew that in another dimension he was a senator, in another a king. That meant that given the right circumstances, he could have been anything at all. The managerial position would give him an opportunity to really learn the restaurant business. And suddenly, that had become his goal. He took the managership and learned how to run a restaurant. With all his experience, he wondered at what to do next. Back to the transit door he went. Jumping through it, he went to seek out his doppelganger. This time, daydreaming himself back with his twin, he asked, "What do I do next?" He didn't get an answer. He asked again, "What do I do next?" And he thought he heard, "Cook." "What do you mean, cook?" he asked, wanting more information. But there was no more information coming. He heard only the one word. And so he went to the owner of the restaurant, Phil Tomers. He said he wanted to work in the kitchen with the chef. Tomers didn't like losing his popular manager, but it was either that or Al would leave. And so now Al found himself as a helper to the chef. Only problem was he didn't know the first thing about cooking. But he asked questions, and he watched the chef like a hawk. He read cookbooks, and soon Al learned to cook. But that wasn't his goal. He didn't care if he wasn't a great chef. He wanted to learn more about cooking so he could talk to the chefs when he owned the restaurant. He could talk to his chefs more knowledgeably. Well, it took 3 years. And finally, now knowing all there was to know about the restaurant business, Al decided to make Phil Tomers, the owner of the restaurant, an offer to buy him out. But by then, he was really into this doppelganger thing. And so he wanted to find out what his doppelganger had to say about it. He went to a doppelganger of his who had 24 restaurants and asked if it was a good idea. Should he buy out his boss? Once again, he did a quantum jump. He saw his counterpart dressed in a tuxedo coming out of a Bentley. Before he could say a word, his counterpart said, "Marketing. Learn marketing." Well, that's not exactly what Al wanted to hear, but he knew by now that often one word was enough, if it was the right word. And so Al quit his job and went to work for the All-Wise advertising agency. But that wasn't his goal. His intent was still owning the restaurant, and knowing something about marketing was the last link in the chain. 6 months later, Al Mondali bought the restaurant from his former boss, Phil Tomers. It took all the savings of a lifetime, but he did it. And he ran it well. He made many changes. He chopped the extensive menu down to a dozen choices of each entree. Al had 12 types of beef, 12 of fish, 12 of lamb, 12 of pork, and 12 different vegetables. He changed the name of the restaurant to Dozens, with a final goal having 12 Dozens restaurants in 12 years. Once again, he did a quantum jump. He saw his counterpart dressed in a tuxedo coming out of a Bentley. This time, he daydreamed himself having an entire conversation with his doppelganger. He heard himself say he was going to get a list of everyone in his zip code and get out a mailing. He was beginning to use some of that marketing experience he had gotten at the advertising agency. Well, once he decided on that, Al had to think of what to say to everyone. He thought about it, and the idea came to him to have a special tonight. He did some research and discovered the very meal that King Henry VIII had eaten. After that, he decided to have a celebrity meal every Wednesday. The next week, there was John F. Kennedy's favorite meal. And the next was the very meal the President of the United States serves to foreign dignitaries. Well, celebrity meal night was so popular that Al had to enlarge the restaurant. Up came another choice. Once again, quantum jumping came to his rescue. He daydreamed that he met his doppelganger who had 100 restaurants. He had jumped through the doorway again. This time he didn't ask any questions or receive an answer. He just knew. Al bought a restaurant on the other side of town and named it Dozens 2, and he was off and running. It took just 7.5 years, but Alfred Mondali did it. He opened his 12th restaurant, Dozens 12, on New Year's Day. And you know something? He wouldn't take $1 million for an old nickel he has in a frame on his mantelpiece wall. Module 14. And now the tale of Margot Silvestri, who was having a problem with her husband Max that was spilling over into the rest of the family. They'd been married for 6 years, and some of the sparkle had gone out of the marriage. Margot felt that something was missing, but she wasn't sure what it was. Max was all right. He didn't hit her or anything, nothing like that, but it seemed as though he was paying less and less attention to her. He said he loved her, but when he said it, he might have been asking her to pass the potatoes for all the passion there was in his words. Was there anything in the PDQ material that would help her? She didn't quite understand how a doppelganger, how her counterpart could help her, even if she believed that she was actually talking to a parallel self. She listened to the modules over and over. Then one day she went into the alpha level and was so relaxed that she just started daydreaming. And you know what the big difference between dreaming and daydreaming is? It's control. A daydream is a dream that you control. And that's why you'll often hear me say, just daydream your twin self. A daydream is a dream under control. Well, Margot suddenly felt that she was in a small hallway with a closed door in front of her. She opened the door and jumped through the doorway. Soon she imagined herself talking to her counterpart. She thought, it's not crazy, it's just a daydream. I can daydream myself anywhere. I can daydream myself on a cloud, she thought. Well, Margot touched the tip of her tongue to the roof of her mouth and mentally told her whole story to her doppelganger, who incidentally turned out to be a world-renowned psychologist. Her doppelganger self had written 17 books on the subject. Why not? She can dream up anything at all, can't she? And then Margot imagined she heard my words coming out of her counterpart. Attitude is everything. Max is responding to you pretty much the way you want him to. At first, the strongest needs of the closest of relationships were overwhelming. During your courting period, you were 100 degrees on the scale of the positive viewpoint. Your love then could brook no interference from anything. And then the needs lessened. A closeness developed, but that overwhelming energy was gone. You both sensed it, but it was strongest in Max. Suddenly, you've joined the human race. You're no longer unique. The courting period is over. And then Margot got a strong impression of her doppelganger saying, listen to the modules again. Really listen. Well, Margot had the thought, we have to communicate. And so Margot sat down with Max and asked him a question. Now she had learned that the right question, the question that gives the other person cause to think, was vital. But she knew the right question. So when they both sat down together, she asked, Max, what would your life be like without me? Don't answer now, because I want you to seriously think about how your life would be without me. And after you consider that, I want you to write 10 things that you appreciate about me. Be honest and take your time. Max, she continued, please, just do it. Don't question it. This is the most important thing in my life right now, so think and write. With that, Margot left the room. And when she came back about 30 minutes later, Max looked rather sheepish. He got up, he went over to Margot, and he hugged her. Finally, after kissing her cheek, he took her by the hand and led her to the couch, where they had a long, satisfying conversation for the first time in their entire relationship. Margot had used alpha, a doppelganger, quantum jumping, a daydream, the Bhaga, and most of all, her attitude. Her attitude had changed. Nothing is worse than a person caught in a situation and they cannot find a way out. PDQ offered Margot a way out. And best of all, she took an action. She decided to take it a step further and fill another of Max's needs. Max loved to fly kites. Margot thought that was strictly for children, which really made her question Max's maturity. But Max loved the sport, and she determined to learn more about it. First thing she did was to do a quantum jump, and she did. Went through the door and visualized her doppelganger. It was getting easier now that she'd done it. She tried to get some information from the counterpart, but she didn't really get anything. Not a word, not even an impression. She remembered me saying, everything means something if you want it to mean something. Well, she thought, maybe I don't need advice. Maybe I should just learn something about kites. She kind of felt this was going to be an important part of reconstructing her relationship with Max. And so she went on the internet and discovered that kites were in use more than 2,500 years. Wow, it started over 2 millennia ago in China, thousands of years ago. The more she researched the subject, the more interesting it became. They had actually fought and settled wars with 2 factions flying kites, trying to cut the other faction's kite down. Well, that would certainly be a whole lot better than thousands of soldiers dying. The more she looked into it, the more fascinated she got. Pretty soon she found that she knew more about kites than he did. But she was pretty smart about it. She didn't spring that on him until much, much later. She helped her husband with his seasonal kite. She helped make the seasonal kite. And she asked all the right questions. Max, he was delighted to be teaching his spouse about his other great love, kites. Pretty soon, she was good enough to make her own kite. It wasn't as grand as the one that Max made, but then again, it wasn't meant to be. Margot thought the whole thing over, and she decided to visit her twin self, her doppelganger, again, to see if this time maybe she could swing a conversation out of her. Well, she was an old hand at this by now, and she just stepped through the door and got comfortable and daydreamed that she was right there with the right counterpart. This time, nothing was said, but with a sweep of her hand, the counterpart pointed to a little shop with a colorful window filled with a rainbow of papers. It was a kite shop. Well, she had a Great idea, she figured. A few days later, after thinking long and hard about it, she went over to her husband. He was sitting on the couch reading a book, and she shocked him. She asked a question. He dropped the book. He looked at her. He said, "What?" She asked again. She said, "Max, why don't we open a kite shop?" Well, the end result of this story is a little kite shop that started as a hobby. And through the magic of the internet, Max and Margot are not only having themselves a time together, but their relationship has never been better. Margot asked me, what was the source foundation of that business? She thought back and she said, answering her own question, it was probably something he said or did, or maybe something I did. Margot was quiet for a long while, obviously thinking about something that had happened a few years back. I remember when our relationship started to sour. Max and I were taking a walk when my foot hit a pebble and I twisted my ankle. Margot said, I fell down, and Max wasn't a bit sympathetic. He helped me up, but, he was thinking about something else. He wasn't even concerned. I never felt the same after that. I started thinking about all the little things. That's when I decided to have that talk with him. So I guess, Margot said to me, my twisted ankle is the source foundation of our kite shop. No, it's not, Margot. Think about it. You now have a wonderful relationship and a growing business that can only make your relationships better because of a tiny little pebble. Margot actually taught me something. She said that when she used the quantum jump, she just made herself comfortable somewhere, closed her eyes, and just jumped through the doorway. And I've since discovered that simply daydreaming yourself in the right dimension, the one that leads to the right doppelganger for you, that works just fine. And that's what the next alpha mental conditioning exercise is going to be doing for you. So see if this one works better for you. And if it does, use it. Just find yourself a comfortable place where you'll be undisturbed for 10 or 15 minutes and just relax, and I'll guide you there. Now, this alpha mental conditioning exercise, a little different. Just go along with the next module. Thank you. Module 15. With this module, you're going to use a different method of reaching the parallel dimension, a different method of getting to that alpha state, that all-important alpha state. But first of all, make yourself comfortable. Now that you are comfortable, you're going to develop a conscious daydream. For a few moments, take the time to just daydream. Use any subject. What we're doing here is activating that mechanism that we know very little about, that's involved with neurons, cells, and the molecules of the brain. Just to think about something and to fantasize it brings about the phenomenon that we call a daydream. Use that mechanism now, for that is the mechanism of meditation, that's the mechanism of trance, that's the mechanism of programming, and that is the mechanism that sets the law of attraction into motion, the daydream mechanism. So, at the present time, just daydream about something simple, or perhaps one of your favorite daydreams. I'll be silent for a few seconds. Relax. Now daydream yourself relaxed and at ease. Get a sense of yourself sitting comfortably, as you are, with your eyes closed, and with that thought, imagine that you are just as comfortable as you can possibly be. Now, create a small hallway in your mind. Imagine a small hallway. There's a door at one end. Just daydream that you're in this small hallway. You're standing in front of a door. On the other side of that door is a parallel dimension, a dimension with a counterpart, a doppelganger, who can help you in achieving the effect that you desire. At this time, use the bagha. Put your tongue to the roof of your mouth and hold it there for, just a second or so while you think about the twin self that you'd like to meet during this quantum jump. When you open the door and jump over the threshold, through the doorway, you'll be in another dimension. You'll daydream a dimension that has the counterpart with the attitude that you would like to have, a winning attitude. A winning attitude is helpful in all aspects of your life. That's the kind of attitude that you would like to achieve. Now, there may be someone in your life who you'd like to be closer to. To do that, you must be interested in what that person is interested, as well as having a winning attitude. A winning attitude will develop an interest, and it'll help you to develop an interest in what that person is interested in. If there's a person you would like to grow closer to, think for a moment, what is that person interested in? Or if there's something else you'd like to use your winning attitude for, see if you can use the same process for that. Imagine that the other side of the doorway is where that person's doppelganger is located, or the doppelganger of whatever you feel, whoever you feel it would be helpful to talk to. This may be an employer, it may be an employee, maybe a teacher, a mentor, it may be a loved one, a family member, anyone. You're not going to visit your counterpart this time, but the counterpart of the person you want to grow closer to. You can also use quantum jumping to visit other people's counterparts, other people's twin selves. Ask the twin self of that person what his or her interests are. When you think you have a better understanding of the person, then imagine you're back in the hallway, ready to open the door again, and daydream yourself jumping to a different dimension, this time to your doppelganger, to your twin self. Now then, daydream that you're with a twin self who has a wonderful relationship with the person you want a wonderful relationship with. Or if it's not a person, sense yourself with a twin self who has a great winning attitude for the thing that you want to be successful with. Relax. Anytime you want to get closer in a relationship or further develop your winning attitude, use quantum jumping to get to a parallel dimension where you will find your counterpart who already has a winning attitude. Ask that doppelganger what you will have to do to get that same close relationship or that same winning attitude. And now, if you wish to come out of the daydream, out of the meditation, just squeeze your eyelids together gently and open your eyes. And that's it. Thank you. Module 16. While doing business seminars in Europe and the United States, I taught that there were 4 necessary ingredients to every sale. Every business sale has 4 necessary ingredients, a process. And when you think about it, everything that you do, if part of that depends on influencing someone else, then you're selling something also. Everyone sells. They don't always call it selling, but it is. After all, how can you say that, say about the time you went to see your Aunt Minnie or whoever, and she asked you to stay for dinner, but you didn't want to stay. And so you made up some excuse and you left. Now, how can you say that's selling? And I would say it is selling because you wanted something. The excuse was closing the sale to what you wanted, which was to leave early. In other words, you wanted to sell the fact that you wanted to leave early. You wanted to get out of there. There are 4 necessary ingredients to a successful sale. I call this technique AIDA, from the opera of the same name, AIDA. A, attention. You must get the person's attention. That's the only way they're going to hear you. You must get their attention in some manner. And then when you have their attention, you have to arouse their interest. After you've gotten them interested in whatever it is that you're selling, then you have to build a desire in them for what you're selling. Having done all that, it only remains to close the sale, or to put it in another way, action. You must actually act. Many people get to the point of action, but don't act. Without an action, the experience just fades away like a cloud in a breeze. A salesperson who arouses attention, gets interest, creates desire, but doesn't act, they're not a salesperson, they're a conversationalist. Without the action, nothing happens. AIDA, attention, interest, desire, and action. At this point, you might be saying or thinking, what has that got to do with the PDQ program? Well, let's see. Let's change the word selling to influencing and see if it changes anything. Is there any reason for you to influence another person? If you never have to try to get your way, or if you'll go along with someone else's suggestion rather than argue that yours is better, well, you get the idea. If that describes you, then you can skip this module and the next one as well, because what I'm going to do is to show you how to sell your ideas and wants to anyone. And if you never want to influence anyone, you won't need the material. I remember one person who said, well, I never have to influence anyone. I'll go along with anything anybody says. But she says, people always take advantage of me. And I told her, of course, if you make yourself a doormat, people are going to wipe their feet on you. Now then, if you want to learn how others influence people, then you better listen to the rest of this. At the very least, you'll learn how successful salespeople soldier that car that you drive, or that carpet that you walk on, or any of a dozen other things that you bought in the past few years. And that might be worth something to you. Let's just see how CEO Seymour McLean did it. Seymour's problem was the fear of public speaking. He got in front of a group of people and just froze up. The last time it happened, he decided to do something about it. What had happened was he was about to wrap up the largest merger in his organization's history. Now, I should say that Seymour was very good, fine, speaking to a person one-on-one, or 2 or 3 people. But get a group in front of him, and he just froze up. He knew that fear of public speaking was the number one fear in all the world, but that knowledge didn't help a bit. But this time he was determined to overcome that fear. He had to, because instead of selling his organization to one person, he would have to talk to the entire company that they were hoping to merge with. That company consisted of 300 men and women who waited in anticipation of hearing all about what they hoped would be a very good thing for them. Well, the result was disastrous. It was a total disaster. Seymour got up on the stage and he was already beginning to feel sick. By the time he got in front of the podium microphone, he was a wreck. He looked at the crowd in front of him, all with looks of expectancy on their faces, and he mumbled something about something that no one heard in spite of the microphone. His influence went down to 0, and he stumbled away from the podium, his face red, embarrassed. Once again, the merger didn't go through, and his company lost millions. Seymour decided he would never be a public speaker, and he let it go at that. But then another fateful day came. His company was in trouble, and he was called on to straighten it out by speaking to the executive staff. There were 14 of them at a special meeting. They had gathered to decide the fate of the company. Seymour attended the PDQ seminar to see if there was anything there that would help him overcome his fear. He was ready to grasp at straws. About 2 hours into the seminar, just after the introduction, he said, "Now let me get this straight. You're saying that there's another me who is a great public speaker, but he's in an alternate universe?" I told him that was a generally accepted theory by not only me, but some of the most eminent scientists, especially quantum physicists, on the planet. "Here's how it works," I said. "In a moment, we're all going to take a trip to a parallel dimension. You'll visualize yourself in a small hallway, standing in front of a door. Just imagine that you're there. Daydream you're there. It may be a clear image, maybe a bit hazy, it doesn't matter. You may be in the hallway looking at the door subjectively. That means you imagine looking at the door as though you were there. Or you may be in the hallway objectively, and that means that you see yourself standing in front of the door, as though you were hovering above yourself, like you were, a fly on the wall, so to speak. On the other side of the door is your twin self, the successful public speaker, a counterpart of you who, in his dimension, is successful, just as you are, but he's also a polished, fearless public speaker." Seymour asked, "Okay, even if I accept that as being true, how is that going to make me a fearless public speaker?" "Well," I said, "let's assume that it's real and see what happens. Just go along with it. After all, the worst that can happen is that nothing will happen. But if you can get some of that public speaking energy from your counterpart, from your doppelganger, and if you can overcome your fear of public speaking, it's sure worth a try. Whatever it is that you fear, deal with it the same way. Jump through the doorway, meet your twin who doesn't have that fear, and take that energy back with you. End result, fear is gone." And Seymour, I said, if you can speak without fear but with confidence in front of groups of people, there's going to be no stopping you. You could accomplish anything. Well, Seymour was excited. His desire to see if it worked was getting stronger by the minute. He said, "Okay, well, if it'll work, I'm game. I'll try anything." "And you're right," he said. "If it works, I can use the technique for just about any fear. But what about AIDA? What happened to the influencer selling that you spoke about?" I told Seymour I used it on him. Let's recall. First of all, I got his attention by telling him that scientists believe it's possible. Then I aroused his interest by telling him there was a counterpart, a doppelganger, who could take away his fear. Next, his desire had to be strong enough so that he would want it more than anything. That was when I said that if he could speak in front of large groups of people, he could accomplish anything. He nodded. He was sold. Now the only thing left was to take the action that would rid him of the fear of public speaking. That action was the quantum jump to get rid of a fear. AIDA, attention, interest, desire, and action. The next module is designed to help you to overcome most any fear that you may have. So, just find a comfortable place where you're going to be undisturbed for 15 minutes or so, and we'll do the alpha exercise on getting rid of fears. It's the quantum jumping that Seymour used to rid himself of the fear of public speaking. But you can use the same process, the same method to conquer any fear. So, find yourself a comfortable position, and the next module is coming on right now. Module 17, an alpha exercise on getting rid of fear. Now it's time to greet your doppelganger who will help you to get rid of that fear. When you're deep in alpha, I'll ask you to go to the doppelganger of your choice, the one who has succeeded with getting rid of the fear of public speaking. However, you can use the same process that you are going to learn for any fear just as easily. Allow it to happen, imagine it, and know that you're there in the other dimension. We'll start this alpha exercise with the 3-to-1 count. This module, of course, is not to be played in a moving vehicle, so find a comfortable position, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 3 times. Take another deep breath, and while exhaling, mentally repeat and visualize the number 2 3 times. Take another deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 1 3 times. To help you to enter the alpha level of mind, I'm going to count from 10 to 1. On every descending number, feel yourself going deeper, more inward, and you will enter a pleasant alpha level of mind where you'll be able to concentrate fully on the subject at hand. Relax. I will now count 10, 9, feel going deeper, 8, 7, 6, deeper and deeper, 5, 4, 3, deeper and deeper, 2, 1. You are now at a pleasant level of mind where you're able to concentrate fully on the subject at hand. At this time, concentrate on my words. You are now and always in complete control of your state of mind. You can open your eyes. You can be fully alert anytime you wish to be. Every time you enter this relaxed state, know that you're getting better and better in every way. Whenever you enter this relaxed state, you'll mentally say, every day and every way, I'm getting better and better. When you say these words, sense yourself improving in all areas of your life. Sense yourself getting better and better. Visualize improvements in your life as you mentally repeat the words, every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Repeat mentally after me. Every day, my image of myself gets better. I can do anything I have a desire to do. There's no one else on earth exactly like me. Every day I grow stronger knowing that I can. I can think. I can create. I can do. I can do anything I have a desire to do. Relax. At this time, imagine that you're in a small hallway. In front of you is a door, a transit door. On the other side of that door is a different dimension, a dimension where there's a twin you, a doppelganger, a counterpart who is already successful with what it is that you want, and that is to rid yourself of a fear. Relax. At this time, concentrate on the image of you in alpha. Get a sense of yourself sitting comfortably, eyes closed, relaxed. With that thought, you are as comfortable as you can possibly be. Hold that image in your mind, that image of you comfortable. Now with your mouth closed, take the tip of your tongue and touch it to the roof of your mouth and hold it there while I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. That's fine. In touching the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth, you were programmed that whenever you do touch the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth, you are striving for success in something. Relax your tongue now. This is an ancient technique that we call the bagha. Use it when you wish to strengthen intent. Now think about the thing that you fear. What is it that you fear? If it's a logical fear as an example of going out in traffic, fear of things that have fight or flight involved, then you want to keep that fear. Logical fears are good fears. They're there to protect you, to get you out of the way of danger. But if it's an illogical fear, such as the fear of heights, or the fear of public speaking, or the fear of a dentist, those are illogical fears. That is the kind of fear you want to rid yourself of. So think about a thing that you fear at this time. Somewhere there's a you who, with a different upbringing, different programming, a different education, who is comfortable with the thing that you fear. This you is a twin you, a double, a doppelganger in another dimension, a parallel dimension in a parallel universe. This counterpart does not fear the things that you fear. This twin self can help you to overcome your fear. All you have to do is to go back to the hallway, open the transit door, and jump through to get to your counterpart who has conquered the fear and does not have the fear that bothers you. You're going to visit that person and see what he or she has to say to you. We're going to call that other you your counterpart. Now concentrate on the word counterpart. Consider the thing that you'd like to be successful at. I'm going to count from 5 to 1. When I reach the count of 1, you will be with your counterpart, your twin self. Take your time when you get there. Mentally hear yourself say the fear. Hear yourself repeat it, a word at a time. Repeat the fear, a word at a time, if it's more than one word. And clearly, if it's just one word, just say the word. I will now count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You are now with your counterpart on the other side of the transit door in a parallel dimension. Feel that. Know that you're there. Imagine that. Daydream that you are, in fact, in a parallel dimension. Now that you've done that, I will help you to clarify your counterpart's words. Sometimes the twin self in a parallel dimension finds it difficult to communicate. I have visited other doppelgangers many times, and the more I do it, the easier it is to get through. Imagine now that you've told your counterpart of the fear. And now your counterpart is telling you to think about a pleasant scene, a scene where you are extremely comfortable. Imagine that. Daydream that you're in a very pleasant place and very comfortable. What makes you comfortable? Is it the beach? Is it the mountains? Is it your own backyard, your living room, your bedroom? Wherever you are very comfortable, daydream that you're there now. And now with the image of that very pleasant place in your mind, use the Bhaga. Touch the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth. And now, still daydreaming of the pleasant place where you're very comfortable, still touching the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth, take your left hand and touch the tip of your nose with your thumb. Physically, take your left hand and touch the tip of your nose with your thumb. Now put your hand back where it was and relax your mouth and tongue. We've just programmed a relaxation when you touch the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth. At the same time, you take your left hand and touch the tip of your nose with your thumb. This will wipe out your fear, and here's how you do it. First of all, now your doppelganger is telling you to think about your fear. If public speaking is your fear, get a sense of yourself talking in front of a large group. If it's a different fear that bothers you, get a sense that you're confronted by whatever it is that you fear. Now, with that in your mind, while imagining the fear, use the bagha, touch the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth. At the same time, touch the tip of your nose with your left thumb. You have now overridden the fear. The fear should be gone. Relax. That was fine. That's all there is to it. Anytime you're fearful, touch the tip of your nose with the thumb of your left hand while using the bagha. Fear should be gone. Relax. I'm now going to count from 1 to 3, and at the count of 3, you'll be back in this dimension in the hallway facing the transit door. The door will be closed. 1, 2, 3. You're now in the hallway. Relax. And now I'm going to count once again from 1 to 3. At that time, you'll open your eyes. You'll be wide awake, feeling better than before, feeling relieved that you now have a technique for ridding yourself of fear. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open, wide awake, feeling better than before. 18. The number one source for the foundation of every organization that promotes success, growth, and abundance would have to be goal setting. Without a goal in mind, an organization or a person would just float around from here to there, willy-nilly, having neither an objective, a time frame for things to happen, or a successful venture in mind. Is an old homily, if you don't know where you're going, how are you going to know it when you get there? A lot of truth in that. Even a submarine in the middle of the Pacific Ocean knows exactly where they're going. The commander has a goal in mind. Every plane in the sky, every boat in the sea has a definite destination in mind, a goal. Now think about this next question for a moment. How many goals do you have in mind? If the answer is none, then you better pay special attention to this module because you need it. At the present time, as this is written, the world is in financial turmoil, or at the very least confusion. Stock markets resemble roller coasters, and the job market is seething with unrest. So how then is one to find financial freedom in an atmosphere of such negativity? But with all the turmoil, you can bet that a lot of successful people, they're setting goals and buying stocks, as there are a lot of good buys out there at present. The only thing to fear, as the president during the Great Depression said, is fear itself. Things have a way of turning around. And the challenge is not to get caught up in the negativity of the media and of those who make a living telling the world how bad things are. They are bad if you believe them to be bad, but they're good if you believe them to be good. Remember the PDQ axiom. What you believe to be is. So do allow me to offer to you the creme de la creme of the PDQ concepts, the one that creates wealth and financial freedom. I offer it to you now, freely, and in the hopes that you will take advantage of my years of experience. Before we go any further, think about something that you want or need. It may be money or a product. Could be maybe an appliance, a vehicle, a computer, software, a TV, a boat, a relationship, maybe to end something or to start something. Anything that you have in mind that you want. Think about that for a moment. Let's say that the goal that you're setting for yourself is financial freedom. Now that should take care of all the minutiae attached to want and a poverty consciousness. Financial freedom to have the home you want, the car you desire, and all the accompanying requisites to the good life. With this module, I'll show you how to use quantum jumping into a parallel dimension to ensure the success of the things that you want, that you need, and that you desire. Or to put it in another way, how to set goals and release the energies of the law of attraction to pull to you the financial freedom that you're programming for, as that is what this and the next module of PDQ is all about. This is where we were heading all along. This is our goal, the final modules of Parallel Dimension Quest. The module that stimulates the law of attraction, motivates you to action, and creates a new attitude for attracting those things that you want and those things that you need. By now, you know how to reach a parallel and how to communicate with a doppelganger counterpart. Now it's time to put all the knowledge of PDQ to work, to bring to you the maximum result from the energies that you'll send out to attract that good life, the life of freedom from want, freedom from fear, and freedom from the negative energies sent out by others. So fasten your seat belts, friends, because here it is, the ultimate PDQ process, octave programming. But first, let me explain the octave sequence. An octave is looked at as a unit of 7, the 8th unit being an octave above the first. As example in music, the middle C note is an octave above the 8th note below it, and an octave below the 8th note above it. Each 7 notes, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, are what you might call a family of notes. On the physical plane, music is identified by frequencies per second, known as hertz. Just as the brain exports frequencies, so does a piano, a violin, a trumpet, or any other instrument. Octaves double the frequency. As example, if a note has a frequency of 400 hertz, the note an octave below it will have a frequency of 200 hertz, and by the same measurement, the unit above it will have a frequency of 800 hertz. Going up the octave path and doubling the frequency, and pretty soon you won't be able to hear the sound, as your ear, the human ear, is not equipped to hear above 20,000 frequencies per second. Now, that varies with age. The range of hearing for a healthy young person is from 20 hertz to 20,000. As the person grows older, the hearing deteriorates, and a middle-aged person will hear only frequencies below 12,000 per second. Men will generally lose the high-frequency hearing much faster than women. Above 20,000 hertz, a sound would be heard by many animals. Below 20 hertz, you'd have the sound of an elephant communicating over vast distances, as a 10 hertz sound travels further than would a 400 hertz sound. Elephants have the ability to communicate in extremely low frequencies and can hear each other at vast distances, wherein whales communicate in high frequencies, and bats, the highest of all, at 100,000 hertz. That's the highest of any in the animal kingdom. As above, so below. As below, so above is an ancient metaphysical axiom. When we look at the frequencies that the brain sends out, we see that the attitude of the individual is the determining factor in setting the hertz value and thus the octave of the thought. A person can sing or speak in different octaves, and people all have a different speaking voice. As it is with musical vibrations, so it is with all physical vibrations, and so it is with mental vibrations as well. You can identify a person by the frequencies they export, although you don't realize that's one of the means of identification. What's not commonly realized is that people think in different frequencies and octaves as well. A shy person, as example, has a frequency that encourages shyness, while an outgoing person, an assertive person, is working from a different frequency, a different octave, so to speak. When you seem to attract the wrong things, or to put it another way, you can't seem to attract the things you want, it's very often the case that you're operating from the wrong frequency. As example, if you had a radio that was set to FM or frequency modulation, and you wanted to hear an AM or amplitude modulation program, nothing you could do would allow the AM program to manifest, as the set was tuned to the wrong frequency. So it is with attraction. To use the law of attraction, you have to be at the right frequency. Allow me to explain just a little bit more so that when we get to the actual quantum jumping, to change your frequency to the frequency of affluence and financial freedom, you'll have a better understanding. In music, the musical note A in the mid-octave range vibrates on the physical scale at 440 hertz, or 440 times per second. If I were to ask you to mentally vibrate 440 times a second, you might wonder, well, how in the world could I do that? It's very easy. You have only to imagine the sound of A in your mind, and you will be operating at 440 hertz. Holding the sound of a chant, such as Om, in your mind, and you'll be operating at that particular frequency. Monks who meditate on a mantra, such as Om, and whose intent is that of a spiritual nature, will in fact become one with the spirit and continue in that frequency, or energy if you like, as the vibration of the mantra keeps them in the satisfied mindset of contentment. And as long as they have contentment, they require nothing else. So how do you best use the parallel dimension and the doppelganger to achieve this? Well, the process is in 5 parts. 1, you relax and go into alpha. 2, visualize the hallway and the transit door that leads to the parallel dimension where your counterpart has already completed your goal. 3, visit with your doppelganger who is successful in the achievement of your goal. 4, daydream the end result of your goal accomplished as your counterpart has done. And 5, use the Bhaga and then come out of alpha. Now, with that brief background, with that description of the process, we will now get into the main reason for the visit to a parallel dimension. When you visit a doppelganger who has been and is successful at what it is that you want, that counterpart of yours is vibrating at the right octave, at the right frequency. He or she has already activated the law of attraction and is operating on the energy level that you need to manifest your goals. Here's how Larry Tenzer did it. Larry's goal was a car. He wanted a brand new, top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz. Being familiar with the PDQ concepts, he went into his alpha level. He visualized the hall, the transit door, and then jumped through the doorway with the intent to visit his counterpart who already owned a top-of-the-line new Mercedes-Benz. His counterpart, therefore, was in the right octave for the Mercedes-Benz. He daydreamed himself into the living room of his doppelganger. They left the house, got into the counterpart's car, and went for a drive in the counterpart's Mercedes. Larry imagined the feel of the car and then drove it himself. All this is metaphorical. What he was doing was raising his octave and frequency and changing it to the one that would attract the Mercedes. He was getting into the frequency of his goal completed. Coming out of the alpha level, he thought of himself in the Mercedes-Benz and began to instigate the frequency of the car. How? Simply by daydreaming the car. Much to his surprise, he found himself the owner of a new Mercedes-Benz just 2 months after he'd immersed himself in the frequency and energy of his counterpart. Another case, Elizabeth Morin. She had a different goal. Her goal was to go out on her own and leave her parents. She loved them, but Liz was 22 years old and felt it was time for her to be out on her own. But somehow she just never could summon up enough courage to leave. Her energies were that of a complacent daughter, so set in her ways that her life experience, her life frequencies, fairly sizzled with keeping her right there at home. Very difficult to break the habit of a lifetime. She was stuck in that octave. She knew that in a parallel dimension, her counterpart had gone off to live in an apartment of her own, and that was the one she wanted to visit. So, going into her alpha level, she used a quantum jump and was soon visiting with her twin self in a cute little apartment over a bookstore. Elizabeth went into a controlled daydream. She wandered about the apartment. She noted the wall colors, the carpet, the kitchen, the bathroom, the bedroom. She stayed with her counterpart deep in the daydream for 25 minutes. Finally, she touched the roof of her mouth with her tongue, locking in the energy of her parallel apartment, and came out of her meditation. Now that she was vibrating with the energy of the goal accomplished, now that she was in the right octave, it would be a wonder if she had not found her dream apartment. She was attracting it. She was in the right frequency. A few weeks passed. Elizabeth found herself in her new place, away from her parents for the first time, and eager to begin this new phase of her life. Jerry Goldsmith needed $10,000. He attended a PDQ class and heard how to get to Alpha and the Doppelganger and all the rest. But how would that possibly get him $10,000? Well, he thought, it can't hurt. And so he sat comfortably in an easy chair in his living room, closed his eyes, and after putting his tongue to the roof of his mouth for a moment, he took a deep breath and just drifted off into Alpha. Soon he imagined he was in a small hallway. There was a door in front of him. On the other side was a parallel dimension. Now, deep in Alpha, he daydreamed that he opened the door and jumped through. He found himself in a parallel universe with a doppelganger, his twin self. His twin was counting $100 bills. Smiling, he daydreamed, that is. The twin handed him the money and said, count. He counted. Soon, Jerry had a pile of $100 bills in front of himself. He sat alongside his counterpart, immersing himself in the scene. Then he took a deep breath, touched his tongue to the roof of his mouth for a moment, and opened his eyes. He was in the right octave now. He had changed his frequency. It was about 3 weeks later when his uncle called him and said he was willing to give him $10,000 to start that business he was always talking about. A week after receiving the money, Jerry wondered, was that a coincidence? Or did he really set off some unseen universal energy to attract the exact amount of money he was programming for? Those are all examples of octave programming. Why octave? Because they all immerse themselves in the proper frequency of attracting their dreams to them. Just as you, thinking of the musical note A in your mind, you automatically attract the proper frequency of the A. You might wonder, well, how can you think of an A? Well, just listen to a song. Somebody singing a song, they're bound to be hitting an A. As soon as you listen to the song and mentally produce the song in your mind, you're vibrating to the A. Whatever you produce in your mind, that's what you're mentally vibrating at. You can see how that energy flits through the air if you had a tuning fork. Get an A tuning fork and bang it on a tabletop to get it vibrating. And if there's a piano in the room, even the other side of the room, the A string of that octave will vibrate in sympathy. That's something like what happens when you immerse yourself in the frequency of your counterpart in that parallel dimension. Now for the alpha mental conditioning exercise to get you started on the manifestation of your goal. So before we get into the next module, think about something that you want, a goal, because intent is vital to success. And then find yourself a comfortable place somewhere. You know how to do that by now, because the next module is going to guide you to the hallway and the transit door where you may get to the doppelganger of your choice to set up the proper energies to get to the right octave for the manifestation of your goal. Module 19, an alpha exercise. At this time, relax, and we'll start once again with the 3 to 1 count. This module is not to be played in a moving vehicle. This is an alpha exercise to introduce you to the ease of utilizing the power of quantum jumping. So find a comfortable position, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 3 times. Take another deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 2 3 times. Take another deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat and visualize the number 1 3 times. To help you to enter the relaxed state of mind, the relaxed level of alpha, I'm going to count from 10 to 1. On each descending number, feel yourself going deeper, and you will enter a deeper, a more pleasant, an alpha level of mind where you'll be able to concentrate fully on my words and on your own daydreams. 10, 9, feel going deeper. 8, 7, 6, deeper and deeper. 5, 4, 3, deeper and deeper. 2, 1. You are now at a pleasant alpha level of mind where you're able to concentrate fully. At this time, concentrate on my words. You are now and always in complete control of your state of mind. You can open your eyes. You can be fully alert any time you wish to be. Every time you enter this relaxed state, know that you're getting better and better in every way. Whenever you enter this relaxed state, you'll mentally say, every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. When you say these words, sense yourself improving in all areas of your life. Sense yourself getting better and better. Visualize improvements in your life now as you mentally repeat the words. Every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. Relax. Relax your eyes. Relax your lips, your jaw. Relax your head, your neck. Relax your body. Relax your arms and hands, your legs and feet. You're now completely relaxed. Repeat mentally, my body rests and refreshes itself when I consciously relax. I'm relaxed now. At this time, concentrate at the image of you, relaxed. Get a sense of yourself, comfortable, with your eyes closed, in alpha, with the thought that you are as comfortable as you can possibly be. Still holding that image in your mind, with your mouth closed, take the tip of your tongue and touch it to the roof of your mouth and hold it there while I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Now you can release your tongue. That's fine. And touching the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth, in a previous module, you were programmed that whenever you do touch the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth, you're striving for success in something. You want something. This ancient technique that we call the bagha is for you to use when you wish to strengthen that intent. At this time, your intent is to visit a twin self in a parallel dimension, your doppelganger. I'm going to count from 1 to 3. At the count of 3, you'll imagine that you're in a small hallway. In front of you is a door, a transit to a parallel dimension. By now, you know exactly how to get to your double in another dimension, but this time we're going to use octave programming. Your counterpart has a different energy about the body and mind. That's why he or she is successful in what it is that you want to do. He or she is vibrating to a success octave. The vibration is the same as yours. All of the doppelgangers of you have the same vibration or initial energy formulation, and there are an uncountable infinite number of them. The octaves on the spiritual plane, however, are not only variations of 7, but each octave, each 7 is broken up into 7 parts, and each of those are broken up into 7 parts until the octaves themselves are infinite. When you meet the doppelganger who has already achieved the success that you're looking for, your vibrations, your energy fields merge. They're the same. What is different are your octave levels. Meeting your doppelganger, the octaves also have a tendency to merge and match. And when they do, a source foundation is created and your energy field begins to attract the thing that you're programming for. All you need do is to be with your doppelganger, the doppelganger of your choice. At this time, think about the thing you want, your goal. Is it money, a product, a thing, a person? Whatever your intent, think about that now. As you carry that thought, imagine the doorway in front of you. Think about the thing you want to happen, and now visualize the door opening. And in a moment, you yourself will jump through the doorway to meet your counterpart. When you carry the thought in your mind, you will automatically be in the right dimension after jumping through. Think about your goal. What is it you want to happen? Now imagine that. At the count of 3, you're going to be jumping through the doorway into a parallel dimension. 1, 2, 3. Jump through the doorway. Relax. Ahead of you, you notice a person. It's you, your twin self. This is your counterpart, your twin self who is waiting to help you, to merge energies and octaves, to change your octave to the one that will attract that which you want. Use your great imagination and walk up to your twin self. Imagine that you are getting closer and closer until you're right next to each other. If it's health you're seeking, then your counterpart is in perfect health, and the vibrations and octave is that of perfect health. You want to merge with that energy. Imagine now that you're merging with your counterpart. Your body is blending in with your twin self, merging with your twin self until the two of you are one. Now, just relax and imagine that you are one with your twin self as your energies merge and the octaves adjust. I will be silent for a few seconds. Merge and relax. Relax. And now, just ease yourself out of the body of your twin self. You're taking the correct octave the right vibrations with you. And now, at the count of 3, visualize yourself back in this dimension in the hallway. 1, 2, 3. Now you're back in the hallway. The door is closing. And your octave, the merging with your doppelganger, your octave has changed. You now have the octave of the goal that you were setting for success in whatever area of your life you are looking for. Each of these quantum jumps is a bit different, designed in that manner so that you will get the benefit of using the alpha mental conditioning exercises as a resource for just about any goal that you wish to reach, and to resolve just about whatever problem that is an issue for you. During the next module, the bonus afterward, I will offer a few suggestions so that you will be comfortable with the concept. Quantum jumping can be a valuable tool for life and will truly help you to make your life become better and better. In a moment, I will count from 1 to 3. At the count of 3, you will open your eyes. You'll be wide awake and feeling wonderfully refreshed and ready to take whatever action is necessary to get you started in manifesting your goals and objectives. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open, wide awake, feeling better and better, feeling better than before. Module 20. Afterward, a bonus module. Well, now you have it all. The newest, state-of-the-art, and this the first offering of the concept of using the energies and resources of a twin self in a parallel dimension. At first, it may seem that all the resolutions to problems and the setting of goals may be similar, but make no mistake, there are enough subtle differences to make each quantum jump unique. The quantum jumping program has been carefully designed to take you from point A, which would be a basic training in utilizing the life force which we are all endowed, to point G, the full octave of understanding. That would be, using the same metaphor, the university level of using the material. The repetition of the quantum jumps are only repetitive to a point, and that is where you utilize the life force of your doppelganger. If you need some good energy to stimulate your life force for virtually any problem, you'll find it in one of the dimensions. If you're having trouble with a relationship, no problem. After reaching the dimension you choose, you'll soon be with a twin self who has resolved the very same problem. Having a health issue? Why then jump to the dimension that leads to your healthy self. Whatever the problem or situation, there's an answer for you with a twin self, a counterpart, what we call your doppelganger. Here, in the PDQ modules, you'll find an answer to just about every situation. But then, when you get into specifics, every situation is different because every person is different. I personally use them all the time. Sometimes I just slip into a quick meditation and imagine the transit door and then my own twin self. Feeling uneasy about the stock market and economy in general, I visit my doppelganger who has gone through the same situation, but it was a few years after the fact. After all, you can pick the time, you can pick the year. If it's infinite, everything is happening right now. All I got from him, my doppelganger, were 4 words, but they were a great relief. I sensed the words, "This too shall pass." Wow, this too shall pass. I'd heard the words before, so maybe they were just buried deep in my memory banks, and the quantum jump brought it out. Maybe. But what's the difference where you get information from, as long as you get it? I recommend that you listen to the entire program, not the exercises, but the lecture material, 3 times prior to using any of the quantum jumps. Hold off on working with the jumps until you've heard all of the lecture modules. After that, you'll be more or less comfortable with the concept, and the more comfortable you are with it, the less emotional about it you'll be when you use it. And that's the mental attitude we're looking for, neutrality. Actually, the best way to use the material is to be as a child. Have fun with it. Use your daydream mechanism and play around with the hallway, the door, and the different dimensions. You don't want to jump through the doorway? Well, just step through it. That's pretty much what I do. See to it that all of the dimensions lead to positive places only. Your intent will do that for you if you consider the outcome before you begin. Daydreaming is not a distraction from reality, but rather it is utilizing the brain's creative nature to its highest and greatest degree. Everything you see before you, a house, an automobile, a pencil, your computer, the chips in the computer, your clothes, your chair, your bed, all those things started out as a daydream. Consider a simple ballpoint pen. Before it was a pen, it was a bunch of plastic and ink. Before that, it was a drawing on a sheet of paper. The people who extruded the plastic used a mold and machining apparatus to bring about the pen. They used a drawing to configure the dies and molds. Before it was a drawing on that sheet of paper, it was in an engineer's mind as to what was going to be drawn. Chances are the engineer was staring at the ceiling prior to drawing it out on that sheet of paper and daydreaming about what to draw. It wasn't thought of as daydreaming, though, but creative thinking. What's the difference? Daydreaming is thinking. Your intent makes the daydream an escape from reality, a simple recreation, or a creative resource. When you direct your daydream towards a specific objective, as we do with the PDQ concept of an alternate dimension, it becomes a powerful tool for you to use to better your life. Your eyes see things as they are. Your daydreams see things as they could be. Your mind activates your dreams through your physical actions, but all achievement, whether they are of a financial, personal, or universal nature, all achievements begin with a dream of a successful end result. A daydream. Why, you might ask, is quantum jumping and the parallel dimension and the doppelganger better than any of the hundreds of other so-called secrets of the various laws, such as the law of attraction and such? The one thing that most goal-setting concepts do not take into consideration is that there is a momentum built up by constant thoughts that intrude in your mind. This momentum gives the thoughts and actions you wish to change a power that may overcome and neutralize any efforts that you put into place to change them. And so even with a strong desire, if the momentum that has been built is stronger than the new thought, success becomes more and more difficult to achieve. When you use the PDQ concept of quantum jumping, you're putting many forces in play to, first of all, slow and stop the momentum of the past programs that have been built up over the years. When you alter the thoughts that have become beliefs in your mind, then time comes into play while you adjust to the new situation. Your body is used to reacting to certain beliefs without question. And when a new idea comes along to chip away at that belief, the idea may or may not be accepted by your mind in a timely fashion. Your beliefs are like a radio, receiving only transmissions that are in tune with that belief. When you change the belief, the new signals may be filled with static. This is all taken into consideration with the use and development and deployment of quantum jumping. Every time you do a jump and imagine or daydream that you're in the presence of your counterpart, your doppelganger, your twin self, you slow the momentum of the previous thoughts that caused the problem, and you build a new momentum, a momentum of success. The more you utilize quantum jumping to seek out a twin self who's already solved the problem or adjusted the situation that you're working on, the more successful you will be. Your goal should be a change in attitude so that you can just daydream the positive end result of any situation. This will build your self-esteem and confidence and motivate you to take actions you would not have taken with an attitude of defeat or doubt. Each time you go through the modules of PDQ, you'll pick up something new, and you'll be building a momentum of success and confidence. Good luck and good jumping. But before we leave this module, I would like to say a few words about the next module, the final module in this PDQ program, the Spring of Wellness. I received more wonderful feedback from the next alpha conditioning exercise than any other. You'll want to listen to it whenever you need a lift in spirits, or you're in any pain, or you need an idea for a goal, or want to be creative, or if you have any health problems. You can also play it for a child who's having a problem sleeping, or if you have a friend in the hospital or lying abed, play it for them. In short, the Spring of Wellness, like the Fountain of Youth, is a panacea for all ills and a universal remedy for any and all problems. If that seems a bit presumptuous, please do not judge those words until you've listened at your leisure to the next module. Thank you. I'm Burt Goldman, and I wish you all the best in life. Module 21, the Spring of Wellness. Find a comfortable position where you'll be undisturbed for 20 minutes, and then just relax. Now take a deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat the number 3 times. 3, 3, 3. Take another breath, and as you exhale, repeat the number 2 3 times. 2, 2, 2. Take another deep breath, and as you exhale, mentally repeat the number 1 3 times. 1, 1, 1. Relax. To help you get to that relaxed state of mind that is commonly known as the alpha state, I'm going to count to you from 10 to 1. With each successive number, feel going deeper, and you will enter a deeper level of mind. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Feel going deeper. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You are now at a relaxed state of mind. You're at that state of mind where you will be successful in the quantum jumping to that parallel dimension where the mystical spring of wellness is located. Relax. I will now count from 1 to 3, and at the count of 3, you will project yourself into a hallway with a door. The door leads to a parallel dimension. I will now count. 1, 2, 3. You are now in a small hallway. In front of you is a door. Imagine that. Visualize it. Create it. Know that you are in the hallway, and in front of you is a door. On the other side of that door is a parallel dimension where the spring of wellness is located. The spring of wellness contains water that heals, water that enhances the immune system, and water that keeps a person in perfect health. In a moment, the door will open. When it does, just jump through the doorway or step on through the doorway and imagine that you will find yourself among lush vegetation with green trees and bright flowers that surround a spring. This is your spring. The spring will be whatever you create. I will guide you, but you can add to it if you like. I will now count from 1 to 3. At the count of 3, the door will open. 1, 2, 3. The door is opening. The door is open. On the other side is a bright new world, a new dimension. Step through the doorway. And now you're at the spring of wellness. This is the parallel dimension where everyone is in perfect health. Relax. Breathe in the sweet air of the spring. Look about you. You'll notice friendly animals. Some are playing. Some are just laying around, looking at the sky, looking at the flowers, looking at the water. Some of the animals are grazing. A few are drinking from the spring. There are many flowers in bloom, colorful flowers, flowers with bright yellows and reds and greens, and even blue and purple flowers. There are tall trees that surround the spring, all filled with energy. Imagine going to one of the trees and hugging it. The tree will pass some of its energy on to you. Relax. When you hug the tree, you feel the energy permeate your body. It's a wonderful feeling to be here at the Spring of Wellness. Now walk over to the spring and look at the blue-green water. It's so clear that you can see the colorful fish swimming and chasing one another in play. The spring is the legendary fountain of youth, but it's only found on planets like this one, in a parallel dimension. But now that you have found it, you may come here whenever you wish. Just step through the door with the intention of arriving here as you are now. There's a mist in the air that surrounds the spring like a light fog. You feel almost as though you're in a bubble with the mist as a ceiling. Walk over to the spring and put your bare foot in the water, and you'll feel a slight tingle in your foot as the water of the spring effervesces on the skin of your foot. A rainbow, like a giant circle sliced in half, floats down through the mist and brightens the spring. In the center of the spring, water comes bubbling up. This is where the water feeds the spring. The water comes from deep within the planet of this parallel. Look about you as you stand at the edge of the spring. Look to the left. See the green foliage and the giant flowers. Look to the right, and you see a giraffe nibbling on the leaves of a tree. 2 baby elephants are running about, chasing each other and squealing in delight as they play. Look at the elephants and the giraffes for a while as they play. Relax. Ahead of you is the spring of wellness. As you look at the water's slight movement, you smile. You can't help it. The first effect the spring of wellness has is to draw out a smile. After all, when you're in good health, you should smile a lot. And that's what the spring produces. And that's what you want as well. If you are now in good health, all the better. The spring will help you to stay that way and build energies and vitality. I will count from 1 to 3, and you'll find yourself in a bathing suit. 1, 2, 3. You are now in a bathing suit, and now you walk over to the water and ease yourself into the spring and swim. Relax and swim for a while. You can swim in this water. This water keeps you buoyant when you want to swim and weighty when you want to dive below the surface of the water. You can breathe this water, and when you do, it cleanses your circulatory system. When you drink it, the spring water cleanses your stomach and your colon and throat. Your entire plumbing system is cleansed. As you gently swim in the health and wellness waters of the spring of wellness, feel your body relax. Get a sense that your entire body is smiling. All your organs are functioning normally, and the good cells in your body are now re-energizing. Relax as your cells, all the good cells, re-energize. All things stem from the mind. The mind produces the chemical actions of the body that create health and energy. One example is the times when you feel wonderful and are fully energized. Your mind causes your body to release the chemical adrenaline that stimulates, and the endorphins that are produced create feelings of elation. All these feelings are chemically produced by your mind. As you allow yourself to sink below the surface of the water, your body grows weighty. As you sink under the surface, you'll find the water so very clear that the colorful fish there appear to be flying through the clear air, but it's water. You're surrounded by the water of the spring of wellness. You can breathe this water. When you do, it cleanses and purifies. At this time, take a breath. Feel the water enter your circulatory system. Feel the water cleansing. As the water flows through your body, it cleanses and recharges every good cell of your body. Look about you. Get a sense that the fish are curious. They're tropical fish with many colors. As you watch them at play, your entire body begins to smile. Now close your eyes and just float under the surface of the water. Breathe naturally. The water of the spring of wellness will restore all that is wrong and keep all that is right flowing throughout. The waters are doing their job, and you feel wonderful. You feel better and better. Allow yourself to float to the surface of the spring. Now just lie on the surface and float for a while. Imagine the mist dissipating. And now you can see the sky. The sky here in this dimension is a bright blue, the bluest of blues. And there are a few fluffy clouds drifting by. As you float, you feel invigorated. You decide to visit the spring of wellness every day to recharge and keep all your organs and the rest of your bodily systems in perfect order. You'll note a change in your emotions as well after a few visits to the spring of wellness. Things that previously bothered you will no longer affect you at all. More and more you'll see the positive side of things. Your attitude, that above all, will be such that you will see the benefit of all things. If you don't like to wash dishes, but like a sparkling clean kitchen, your new attitude will allow you to sparkle up the kitchen by washing the dishes. But your attitude tells you that you're not washing dishes, but sparkling up the kitchen. The dishes are in the way. That is how you control your attitude. Relax. When you go to bed and desire to sleep, just imagine that you're floating on the surface of the spring of wellness. Concentrate on that, and you'll soon drift off into a calm, restoring sleep. Relax. In a moment, I will count from 1 to 3, and at the count of 3, you'll be back in the small hallway of this dimension. 1, 2, 3. You are now back in the hallway of this dimension. You may use the spring of wellness as often as you wish. Every time you do, it will enhance your immune system, and you will leave the spring of wellness feeling wonderfully refreshed. And now I will count from 1 to 5. At the count of 5, your eyes will open. You'll be wide awake, fully re-energized and refreshed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Eyes open, wide awake. Thank you. This concludes the Parallel Dimension Quest.